been a hard-fought journey, and we showed up and we made it happen.
This is unreal. A year ago, I was sitting on a recliner, and to be in this spot, I know how blessed I am.
I know how much this organization means to our people. I love them. We can't wait to get home and celebrate with them.
Happy World Series Parade Day, everybody. Thank you for joining us for WFAA's coverage of your world champion Texas Rangers. At last, we are celebrating, counting down to the beginning of the parade at 12:15. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. I'm Marcus Toth.
And I'm Cynthia Isaguirre. Welcome to, at last, the World Series Victory Parade. And the wait is over for all of these fans behind us. Let's go, Rangers! They have waited more than 5 decades for this moment. The Rangers have stayed here in the city of Arlington for 51 years, and the community has always supported them. The city council has supported them, and the Rangers have reciprocated year after year. This season with the World Series championship.
Let me tell you, as someone who grew up a Rangers fan, like so many of the folks out here behind us, this was a year that I knew would someday come. I did not think it was going to be this year, and I think I'm not alone in that feeling. And I think that actually makes it sweeter because, as Teresa Woodard, who we'll check in with in just a few minutes, and I were talking earlier, it felt like Christmas morning this entire postseason. You kept opening present after present after present in the form of playoff wins that finally ended with a World Series title.
And you know what? I think the way you and Teresa feel is the way a lot of people feel, especially here, the thousands of people who have their own personal stories for this beautiful moment. I want to go now to lead sports anchor Joe Trahan and senior reporter Teresa Woodard. They're at the end of the parade route at the rally stage. Joe and Teresa, this is an extraordinary moment for the city of Arlington and for all of Texas.
It is just a fantastic day, and we'd like to welcome you to this Sunsplash November afternoon that Ranger fans will never forget. It's finally here, a moment more than half a century in the making that so many people have longed for, have hoped for, agonized over more than a decade ago, but it is here now, it is real, and we have got hundreds of thousands of our best friends all here gathered to celebrate it with.
I'm not going to lie, folks. When I started to pull down Ballpark Way, the tears started flowing just to see the crowd forming, and that was hours ago. It is crazy out here, absolutely. But right now we want to take a live look inside of Globe Life Field. We have sports anchor Mike Leslie, who is down on the field with a very special voice and a face all Rangers fans will know, the voice of this franchise for 45 seasons. Let's go to Mike with Eric Nadel.
Hey, Teresa, thank you. Yeah, it is quite a scene here inside Globe Life Field. The Rangers are having Josh Young and Nathan Eovaldi talk right now, but we do have the esteemed privilege of being joined by the voice of the Texas Rangers, Eric Nadel, the man who had the opportunity to share that moment with all of you Rangers fans back at home. You had to wait a long time for that moment, but it is finally here. How did it feel for you to be the one to share that news with Rangers fans?
It was, my heart was just so full of joy to be able to say those words, the Rangers have won the World Series. Just overwhelming, and it still is, as I hear the call, which seems to be everywhere, over and over again. I'm just so grateful, I feel so blessed to have been the one to get to do that.
You said it, you're not dreaming. This is real life. You are not dreaming. The Rangers actually are World Series champions. Why was that such an important piece of what you wanted to share?
Well, I felt all day, once the Rangers won Game 3, I didn't sleep very well that night in excitement over the prospect of the Rangers clinching the World Series the next day, but I was so sure they would win with 3 opportunities to do that I really did feel the whole day on Wednesday leading up to Game 5 that I was living in a dream. And so I thought it was important to let the fans know that, they weren't dreaming, that this was for real. You know how sometimes you have a dream and inside the dream, oh, this is just a dream? I wanted them to know this was not a dream.
So how did the process work for you? Did you script the call in advance, or were there just portions of it? How did that all work?
Well, I knew at some point I would say the Rangers have won the World Series or something like that. And then at some point I would say you're not dreaming. I didn't really know when. And I wanted to mention how long the Rangers had been here. I wanted to acknowledge that it had been 52 years and that there had been another 11 years of the Senators. I wanted to make sure that got in there. So it wasn't scripted in the order I would say those things, but I kind of knew those were the elements of the call. And of course, you have to call the actual play. Yeah. As it turned out in a 5-0 game where the last call was a called strike, it made the whole thing a lot easier to come out smoothly, where you didn't have to describe, a ball being hit and a ball being caught and a ball being thrown or a runner being out. The best possible way to end it is on a strikeout like that. Just like when the Rangers won their first pennant and A-Rod struck out against Neftali Feliz, it was the same sort of thing.
It was quite a year for you. You took some time away from the team at the front half of the year. How rewarding is this for you personally to have this be the way that the 2023 season wraps up?
It's incredibly gratifying, and I'm so grateful to the Rangers for being patient with me and being supportive, as I was slowly working my way back. And for it to end like this, it's like a Hollywood ending. If you wrote a screenplay, people wouldn't even believe it. It's too good to be true. I just feel so blessed and so fortunate.
You joked earlier that you were worried your legacy would be the guy who always was the bearer of bad news. Not anymore. Your legacy is the man who called the very first World Series championship for the Texas Rangers. Eric Nadel, thank you so much.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it.
Mark and Izzy, back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Mike, and thank you to everyone who is tuning in this morning to watch the big parade, which starts at 12:15. It's a pretty nice day for a parade, and our Rangers fans are absolutely wild this morning. Following the parade, the Rangers will have a public ceremony in the North Plaza outside Globe Life Field right next to Texas Live.
I will say this, it was pretty cool to hear from Eric Nadel chatting with Mike Leslie earlier. When you think about how many people like Eric Nadel have been a part of this franchise for years, the Chuck Morgans of the world, the sheer number of people involved, not just with his team today, but the Charlie Huffs, the Ruben Sierras, the Odeby McDowells, the players that kids like me growing up in the 80s and 90s watched all those years ago, who toiled away and really laid the foundation for the fandom here that is showing up in mass to support their Rangers. And again, we did this before, but I think it's kind of fun, so I want to do it again. Go Rangers! Right on cue. Right on cue.
And we talked about that public ceremony that follows the parade. It will be at Texas Live. Adriana de Alba is standing by at Texas Live with more very excited fans, Adriana.
From Texas Live, because it's a great morning. The energy is really high. I'm going to move out of the way so you can see what's going on. We have the Texas Live Lone Star cheerleaders getting the crowds ready to go. They've been out here all morning. Hey, people are off of work. The kids are out of school, and it's a big celebration. So I actually want to talk to you. She wants to share a little bit about what today means. Tell me about, because we've been here for a few hours, what is the feeling today?
It's just so exciting, and we can't believe it. We love the Rangers, and we supported them from the beginning of the season all the way up till now. So it's so exciting for all of us.
Have you ever seen this many people in the entertainment district?
No, we haven't. Last night was and the night before was a dream, and everyone was just cheering on and so loud, and we just love all the support the Rangers have.
Perfect. Well, it's just getting started. The beer is flowing. All right, I smell the fajitas already. Everyone's having a good time, and we're just standing by because when the parade kicks off, that's when it really gets started. And there
Well, thank you for that, Adriana. You saw the cheerleaders there. We're also going to have some of the local high school marching bands taking part in the festivities today. All the Arlington high schools, all 6 of them, will be represented during the parade route. Just one of the many things you can look forward to this afternoon.
Can you imagine how that band rehearsal went, getting together all of those band kids to practice for today's big day? Our coverage of the 2023 World Series Texas Rangers Victory Parade continues right after this. And welcome back to, at last, our World Series parade. And we want to get right to Mike Leslie because he is standing by with pitcher Jordan Montgomery. Mike?
Getting any sleep right now, that's not a big concern. What has this been like to celebrate this with your team?
It's been awesome. Excited to get in this parade and kind of feel the energy.
We just they just took us live actually on Channel 8 right now, so you're talking to all of North Texas right now. What's your message to Rangers fans? They've been waiting for this for a very long time, to be part of the group that did this for them. What is that like for you?
I'm just glad we could get the job done. Well, it was a special group of guys, and I'm glad we could make North Texas proud.
Mm-hmm. We're here with Jordan Montgomery, by the way, the Rangers pitcher. You guys were so resilient throughout this entire season, especially through the final month and a half or so, regular season and into the playoffs. How did you guys make this happen, bouncing back time and time again?
Just took it game by game. You look too far in the future and count your chickens before they hatch, and that's how good teams get you. So we just tried to stay focused and treat it like regular season games, win every one, and move on to the next.
When you came in this morning and you see the streets lined with Rangers fans that have been waiting for this for so long, to be able to go out there now and bring the trophy out there and show them what you guys have accomplished and celebrate with them, what will that be like?
I'm excited. I mean, this is a first parade for me, so I'm talking to Josh, Will Smith, and Schurz about what to expect, and it seems like it's going to be exciting.
What do you think about Nathan Eovaldi, first pitcher to win 5 starts in a postseason? There have been some other guys who have gone 5-0. Nobody's done it in 5 starts. He did something nobody's ever done before to help you guys win a World Series. How did he go out there, especially in Game 5, and work into trouble, back out of trouble over and over again, and keep that goose egg on the board?
That just shows how special he is. I mean, you go out there and you're not going to be perfect every time. Some games you're going to go out there with nothing, and you just got to kind of find a way and battle. And that's exactly what he did. I mean, it's super impressive.
What was it like for you guys in the clubhouse afterward? I mean, you guys are pouring the beer on the trophy. You guys were doing everything. Well, what's the craziest thing you guys have done with the trophy so far?
That was probably it.
Yeah.
I mean, it was super exciting. Just great time to be a Ranger.
We saw a lot of guys hoisting it up and looking at their own reflection in the mirror of the trophy. I don't know if you had a chance to do that personally, but when you think about what you guys have accomplished and you have a chance to see your own reflection in the World Series trophy, what kind of moment is that like for a player?
Just holding the trophy's cool. I mean, it's something you work for your whole career. Some guys don't even make it to playoffs, let alone win a World Series. So just a special memory, try and make it a core memory for the rest of your life.
Rangers pitcher Jordan Montgomery, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chris and Easy, back to you guys.
Hey, thank you for that, Mike. And how about Montgomery coming into the trade deadline for the Rangers, really making his mark in the postseason in that series against the Rays, that little pop-up on the first baseline. He lays out, kind of throws his body onto the ground to make that play. Kind of set the tone for what we'd see from this team, which really did all the little things that you need to win every single game on the road en route to winning a World Series.
And I was interested to find out that his nickname is Gumby, given to him in college because of his long limbs. And once again, we are out here live. We're right next to AT&T Stadium, and these fans are just so much fun today, and they've really warmed up my heart with their backstories as to why they are huge Rangers fans. We want to go to Sydney Persing, standing by live with more Rangers fans. What are they telling you, Sydney?
He's my hero. A whole family. How excited are you guys for today?
Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers! Let's go Rangers!
We got a lot of excited people out here, as you can tell. Christian, everyone has been coming up to you. I know you're at the center of this family. You've got this awesome outfit on. Tell our viewers at home what today means for you.
Oh, man, today means a lot. More than I've been waiting 40 years, maybe a little bit longer, since I was in my mom's womb for this championship. So it means a lot to me right now. And to all my family right here, join me right now. Let's go Rangers!
All right, well, I know you guys have a lot of eating and drinking and celebrating to do, so we are going to send it back to you all.
Let's go Rangers!
All right, and now we want to go back to Mike Leslie, who's standing by with Nathan Eovaldi, number 17, Big Nate.
Great for me throughout the entire postseason, throughout the entire year. Our offense was, 1 through 9, they're a hard lineup to face, and I think that last game in Game 5 shows that, they were being no hit through 5-6 innings, and then they were able to piece it together, and, the ultimate score was 5-0 at the end of the day.
Nathan Eovaldi, the Rangers pitcher who was on the mound during that Game 5 win, you kind of worked your way into trouble, back out of trouble, into trouble, back out of trouble over and over again. It was a Houdini act, one after the next. How did you manage to get yourself out of those jams?
I think it's just trying to be able to slow the game down in those big moments right there. Again, I know I got myself into those situations, and I feel like that's what some of the times I got to go to work the most. It's not easy by any means. They're a great lineup, a great offense, and I was just fortunate enough to get the ball hit to the right guys at the right time.
You guys have been so good defensively this year as well, and obviously that played a role in some of those situations where you had some guys making great plays behind you too.
Yeah, Corey made some really good plays over there, especially with the infield in and runners on third base, and we were able to leave them there. And then same with Evan Carter out there in left. He was able to go out there and make really good reads, especially not being able to play in that ballpark very often. And you can't say enough good things about him.
Nathan Eovaldi, the Rangers pitcher, the Rangers ace throughout this postseason. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Mark and Izzy, back to you.
All right, thank you, Mike. He has certainly been one of the heroes this postseason. By the way, he's married, has 2 children, a son and a daughter, and they live right outside of Houston.
Well, and how about this? Also, the Rangers won all 6 of his postseason starts. Just an unprecedented performance from him. We've got to take a quick break, but as we go to commercial, we'll send you out with the fans singing the theme song for the Rangers this year. Let's hear some Creed, guys. Come on.
Oh, Creed. I think they'd rather cheer.
World Series Victory Parade in Arlington, Texas. I can't believe I'm saying those words.
Hundreds of thousands of fans gathered to join in. Soak it all in. The championship is yours.
Absolutely. We want to go live now inside Globe Life Park, where Mike Leslie is standing by with one of the phenoms in all of baseball. I would call him my rookie of the year, Evan Carter. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Teresa, thank you. Yeah, I think a lot of Rangers fans would echo that sentiment that he could be their rookie of the year, and that's still on the table for next year as well. Evan Carter here with us now. Take us through what this has been like for you. Such a young kid. You were playing Double-A just a couple of months ago. Now here you are, a World Series champion, and not just a World Series champion, a key cog in a World Series championship winning team.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this has been unbelievable. Life-changing experience. I wouldn't trade it for the world. This is a great group of guys that I got to experience this with, and it's something that you're going to remember for forever.
What was it like for you to be in the clubhouse on Wednesday night celebrating with this team and just reveling in that moment?
Yeah, it's unbelievable. This is one of the most fun things that I'm ever going to experience. Sets the bar really high, though. It's definitely something that it makes you want to get back there every single year. You want to win the last game of the year, and that's going to be the standard from here on out.
You guys had some young talent having a real impact this season. You and Josh Young, two rookies that were holding down key spots on that right side of the diamond. What was this like for you guys to kind of walk these miles together?
Yeah, it's super cool to get to experience that with him, and he was really valuable for me. Whenever I got moved up, kind of showed me the ropes and point me in the right direction. So I'm super thankful for that.
What's the craziest thing you guys have done so far in your celebration in the last 36 hours?
I don't know if there's been anything crazy, man. It's just been a really fun time getting to hang out with everybody. Everybody's kind of being able to relax a little bit now. You don't have to feel good the next day. You don't have to wake up and be like, all right, we got to compete again today. It's just we get to hang out with all our friends. It's been really fun.
The fans that are lined up outside have been waiting for this for a very long time. 52 seasons here in Texas, 63 years for the franchise as a whole, 3 times as long as you've been on the planet. This franchise has been playing baseball, and finally they're World Series champions. What do you think it'll be like to go out there and show these fans the trophy and celebrate with them?
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I mean, it's just I'm super pumped to go out there and see everybody. There's a ton of people that have showed up, and that's just it's awesome to see how many people support our organization. I'm glad we got to make them proud and bring this back. And hopefully there's a lot more to come.
Evan Carter, part of the young core for this team. They may not be done here in Texas. Joe and Teresa, back to you.
Thanks so much. Named a little savior by his teammates because he helped them make a push down the stretch of the regular season. Like so many of those Rangers players, they wouldn't be here today without Evan Carter.
Yeah, Joe and I just arrived back from Phoenix, where there were some Rangers fans, and I was proud of the showing there. But clearly that was Diamondbacks territory. So what does it feel like, Joe, to be amongst hundreds of thousands of Rangers fans? It's pretty incredible, isn't it?
It is absolutely amazing, and I love the community aspect of this whole day because they'll never forget it.
Absolutely. WFAA's Rebecca Lopez is in that same boat. We were on the same flight yesterday coming home from Arizona, full of Rangers fans. Let's get to her in now this sea of Rangers fans. And Phoenix. All right, it sounds like we're having a little bit of connectivity issues. It's just a little bit difficult when you've got so many fans out here trying to use their cell phones, and the signals are kind of difficult. So that's one of the things we're dealing with out here. But she's just as excited as I am. They call me the Rangers super fan. Rebecca is a huge fan as well.
Yeah, she's right there with you guys. And it was so fun for those of us who might not be super fans, but who love what's going on with this Rangers team to see it through your eyes. It's been fun to see. And now the rest of these fans get their chance to get their feeling in terms of being a part of this celebration. Because we saw the champagne, we saw the suds. That was, the players getting their first opportunity to go all in and really enjoy this championship. But for these fans, today is the day. This is the day that will mark it, and the day, like I keep saying, that they will remember forever.
A day I've waited my entire life for. A day that I can finally say the Texas Rangers World Series. World champions, baby. Stay with us. WFAA's coverage of the World Series Victory Parade will continue right after this.
Welcome back. It is our coverage of the Rangers World Series Victory Parade. Hundreds of thousands of North Texas residents all getting together to say thank you for the Texas Rangers, your World Series champions. And we at WFAA are so happy to bring this day to you.
You know, the crowds out here are so big. We know that some of the players and coaches are actually having a difficult time making it here. In fact, earlier we heard that APD, Arlington Police Department, had to give a special escort to manager Bruce Bochy. Of course, he's the man of the one of the men of the hour. Many men of the hour, but particularly for Boch. If he's stuck in traffic, we're gonna have trouble.
And listen, this parade does not start until my man Bruce Bochy is ready to go, okay?
Absolutely.
Because he pushed all the right buttons and really paved the way for his players to be at their best and win this championship.
Yeah, so let's remind you of that parade route. That's something we haven't quite done for you yet. It starts on the south side of Globe Life. It's going to turn onto AT&T Way. It goes beside AT&T Stadium. And, you know, someday soon, we're going to be having another parade around here for our Dallas Cowboys.
Jerry would hope.
Yeah, but it goes beside AT&T Stadium. It snakes its way around the site where the Medal of Honor Museum is being built. It's going by Choctaw Stadium, where, of course, we played for more than 2 decades, and then it goes back around to the new park. And then Joe and I are standing right between Texas Live and Globe Life, and this is where everything will commence probably around 2 o'clock this afternoon with a big rally. That's where we're going to hear from some of the players. They'll address the crowd, and they are patiently waiting. You know, they still got some time to wait for this rally, and they've been out here since early this morning.
Yeah, we were looking. There's some places in these crowds where it is 15 and 20 people deep.
Maybe even more.
Just trying to get a view, just trying to get a look, just trying to see what this day will bring.
Yeah.
Incredible stuff. All right, we want to go back inside to our Mike Leslie, who is there with Texas Rangers catcher Jonah Heim.
We enjoy coming to the field each and every day, playing with each other, and doing it with this team is extra special.
As we are here with Jonah Heim, the Rangers catcher, this has obviously been a whirlwind for you guys. When you came in with the team, though, and you see all these Rangers fans lining the streets ready to celebrate with you guys, you've had the opportunity to celebrate as a group. What's it going to be like to share it with them?
Oh, it's going to be amazing because that's why we play the game, is for the fans, and we wouldn't be here without them. And, I mean, they've showed up all year for us, and it's going to be super special to be able to celebrate with these guys.
You were talking about it just a moment ago, but you made sure to go get the ball after that strikeout to end it. Why was that so important to you to go grab it, and what was that moment like to realize, hey, this is important. I need to grab a hold of this?
Yeah, I mean, you only got one ball that wins a franchise World Series, so we weren't going to let that ball get out of here, out of our sight. And obviously, I kind of felt bad when I threw it up in the air and it kind of went flying, but good things happen when you're excited. So just like I said, that ball means more than it's more than just a baseball, especially for this team and what we've been through in this organization.
How were you guys finally able to break through in Game 5? I mean, for a long time there, you guys were struggling to get the offense going, and finally it clicked for y'all. What was the battle like to finally get the offense rolling?
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of time with this offense when it's going to explode. So you really can't overlook what Evaldi did to keep us in that game, to give that offense a chance to explode. And obviously Corey came up, and once we got one hit, we weren't going to stop. So that's just how this offense works.
You mentioned Evo, first pitcher to go 5-0 in 5 starts in a postseason. There have been other guys who have gone 5-0, not all in 5 starts. What's it like to be on the other end of watching him do what he did all this postseason?
Oh, it's amazing. He makes my job easy. He's probably one of the most prepared pitchers I've ever been a part of. And he's not scared of the moment. He's going to go out there, he's going to do his thing, and he seems to make the big pitch when you need him to. So that's probably why you can look, and that's why I wrote he was 5-0.
All right, Rangers catcher Jonah Heim. More of the Rangers championship celebration after this.
Welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 Texas Rangers World Series Victory Parade. I'm Mark Istok.
And I'm Cindy Aguirre. And you know what? We've got pretty excellent weather for a parade. A little windy, but it's beautiful out here in Arlington, the city of dreams, the city of World Series champions. And how about these fans, these Rangers fans?
Oh, they showed up, and you can see them and hear them behind us. They are counting down as we are. Just about 30 minutes and change until this parade officially kicks off. But the party has been going on for quite a while. I want to get back to something that we heard a few minutes ago when Mike Leslie was talking to Jonah Heim.
Yeah.
He talked about getting that baseball that was the final pitch, the final out of the World Series. And he said, you know, it's more than just a baseball. And it got me thinking, this entire experience has been about more than baseball for so many Rangers fans. I was able to share that game the other night with my 10-year-old son who watched it with me. And it got me thinking about how I grew up watching Rangers games with my dad. All the games we watched and went to, listening to Eric Nadel on the radio, countless nights during my youth. Baseball really provided the soundtrack to my childhood. And I thought about how many people are celebrating today because this is more than a game. It's a memory of so many people and so many experiences that made such a big impact on their lives.
Well, yeah, they're bonding moments, right? I mean, you're echoing what my husband told me. He grew up going to Rangers games with his father, and now we're taking our children to Rangers games, and we've been doing it for the past 11 years. And how cool now to be able to celebrate this championship with them. You see moms there holding their little babies, and everyone's got a story. I spoke with Steve Gutierrez from Oak Cliff. He's here to celebrate the boys, he said. His mom is here to celebrate her husband who passed away last year, who she knows is celebrating in heaven.
Well, there are a lot of folks watching down celebrating today as well. One of our folks is inside Globe Life Field. Mike Leslie's been chatting with some of the heroes of this year's team, and I think we're going to go back to Mike now.
Hey guys, thanks. Yeah, we've been here inside Globe Life Field for the last half an hour or so as the Rangers players are just beginning their celebration of their World Series championship. Obviously, it's been going on since Wednesday night. They are preparing to make their way outside. You see some of the players walking off the field right now. They are headed up top to their staging area and then outside to join the thousands of Rangers fans that are standing by waiting to celebrate with them. It is almost time for this Rangers team to head out and begin that celebration with these Rangers fans that have waited for this for so very long.
Hey, I want to reference these fans again we talked about a minute ago. Now, not long ago, there was somebody walking through here wearing a Houston Astros shirt.
They
booed the heck out of that guy. And I wanted to say, hey, take it easy on him. He has to live in Houston. If that's not bad enough.
That was a fun moment.
It was, but certainly there were so many moments over the course of this postseason run we enjoyed. Speaking of those Astros, I'm sad that we didn't get to see a full World Series from Adolis Garcia.
Oh, my God.
But, man, he showed up in that Astros series and the American League Championship Series like never before.
And then he showed up last week. How about that walk-off home run in Game 1 of the World Series? And, you know, we talk about Adolis Garcia, El Bombi, and a lot of people talk about his nickname, thinking that it's El Bombi because he drops all those bombs. Not so much. He got this nickname from a childhood friend back in Cuba where he's from. The friend thought that he had a head shaped like a light bulb in Spanish, bombilla, short for bombilla, El Bombi.
Hey, you know what? And he hits bombs, too. So either way you want to translate it, it works out. So I think we're going to go back to Joe and Teresa, who are hanging out here at the end of the parade route. And we are counting down again, guys. About 30 minutes to go.
Yes, we are. And let me tell you something. This crowd is ready. In fact, the Rangers in-game DJ, he's shown up. This place is jumping. There are people literally jumping around as we speak, hands in the air. The parade's not even going to be here for the rally for a good couple of hours, maybe close to 3 hours. But this crowd is ready, man. They're going to have such a great time today.
And they are handing out, you can see them. We see a sea of towels in front of us. They're handing out towels. On one side, it's got Texas. On the other side, the big T. And then this is one of my favorites because it's the new City Connect jersey logo. And on this side, it actually says dream the big dream. We dreamed the big dream, and the
Yes.
dream came true.
And it is a reality now. I want to show everyone this, too, because this is, I love this one, the Peagle, is what they call this.
Yeah.
And it throws back to the older teams, the older, even some of the minor league teams that were involved with the construction of this franchise. I love the City Connect. It's a great throwback. It's a great logo. It's my favorite out of everything that they put on. Great stuff.
You know, somebody who shall remain nameless called this not a baseball town. Somebody once said this is not a baseball town. We are absolutely proving that wrong. On this day, Arlington, Texas is the best baseball town in America, maybe not just on this day, but definitely in the last month and maybe forever. Arlington, Texas, baseball town USA.
Baseball has taken over. It has been fun. We've got so many fans just soaking this in, enjoying it. Let's throw it to Sydney Persing now, who's got more.
Oh man, so many excited fans here. Oh, look at these guys. All right, guys, this is your moment. These guys, let me tell you, yes, I know you are so excited. These guys are the coolest little dudes. You can't ask them anything. Okay, guys, really quickly, let me ask you a quick question or two. How excited are you? Tell me who your favorite players are.
Garcia. And we're very excited! Garcia! Seager.
Okay, and who are you guys here with? Is your family? And I know. Listen, we've got a ton of really cool costumes out here, lots of cool outfits, jerseys, flags. Look at this, ladies. We got a ball and a glove. It has been a huge hit out here. Everyone has loved their outfits. Tons of fun. And the energy, as you guys talked about, it just keeps getting bigger and louder. I'll tell you, there are a couple people who I asked to be on TV who said, we're not going to do it because we called out sick to work today. But they're in the back, and they're just as excited, too. We'll send it back to you guys.
Oh, man, well, it's a good excuse. I mean, it's a parade. It's a World Series parade. School is out in Arlington and several surrounding districts. If you called in sick, I don't know. I think that's okay.
Yeah, on this day, excuses for everyone. It's a Friday.
I know.
Listen, go back in there and work harder on Monday. Tell you what, no one can work harder than the fans right here because the DJ has this place hyped.
Yeah.
I love the fact that everyone's here together. It's a communal experience.
It is.
And that's what the victory is all about. That's what sports can do. Sports did this, and it's fantastic.
And, of course, maybe I'm a little biased because baseball's my favorite sport, but I feel like baseball's very special. You got that long season, 162 games. You're in it together. And these fans particularly, y'all, you know it. We have been through some lean times. Just 2 years ago, more than 100 losses, and here we are at the peak of the mountain. We summited, we made it. You can't imagine the feeling. It is incredible.
It is absolutely fantastic. We wouldn't be here if that Rangers pitching staff wouldn't have been so stalwart. Let's throw it to Mike Leslie with one of those pitchers now.
Hey, Joe, thanks. Yeah, we're here with John Gray, who had obviously such a big role in that Game 3 coming on for Max Scherzer. You were mowing down guys one after the next in that Game 3. There were a lot of people saying, hey, maybe John Gray is going to start a potential Game 7. Didn't even need to get to that point, and you guys are celebrating a world championship right now. How does this feel?
It's a feeling. I mean, it's hard to put into words, but it just means so much. And after all the ups and downs this year, I mean, it means that much more. I mean, we've been through a lot, and I know this team was really good, but to see what we've really accomplished, it's mind-blowing.
When did you know, hey, this team's good enough, now we just got to go do it?
As early as spring. I knew the vision, see what I had with this club, and I was really bought into it. It was great, but then again, like how fast everything happened, it still seemed like a surprise, So I was expecting it to happen, but with just the circumstances and the story and how everything unfolded, it was just it was picture perfect.
You talked about the ups and downs that this franchise has had, not just this season, but you can go back through the eons with that as well. But this year, this team in particular, so many peaks and valleys. How did you guys keep coming back time and again?
I think we didn't ever have any doubt in ourselves. We always believed in ourselves, even in the rough weeks. We still came in the next day as the same team and played the same ball. But I think that we didn't let things drag on. We didn't let tough times drag on, and I think that was really key.
From a pitcher's perspective, how impressive was it what Nathan Eovaldi did in Game 5? Worked himself into trouble, but over and over and over again, worked himself back out of trouble.
Yeah, that's impressive on so many levels, and just at that time and that stage, with how Gallen was throwing the ball and just to match that up, it was I've never seen anything like it. But that's mental toughness at its best.
You guys are about to head outside and celebrate with these fans that have been waiting for this for so long. What do you think that's going to be like when you guys get out there?
Oh, it's going to be insane. I've already seen a little bit of it, and rightfully so. These fans are fired up. Yeah.
This is a fan base that's waited for a long time for this. What does it mean to you personally to be part of the group that finally did it for these fans?
It means everything. It means everything. And for this group of guys to play so well for this group of guys, they're a great group. Everything just seems so perfect right now, and I want to hold it dear.
Rangers pitcher John Gray, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joe and Teresa, back to you guys.
All right, thanks so much, Mike. Wow, John Gray, one of those many starting pitchers that Bruce Bochy employed as relievers, and they played incredibly well, paving the way for this championship.
And also battled injuries like so many people on this team did, and somehow here we are on November 3rd, and we are celebrating a world championship. We went through a lot, the roller coaster of the season, and we ended on top. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but stay with us. WFAA's coverage of the 2023 World Series Victory Parade. We'll be right back.
The Texas Rangers World Series Victory Parade. Hundreds of thousands of Ranger fans lined up to hail their heroes because they are world champions, and we are so blessed to be able to bring this to you.
And so proud to be a part of this day, so proud to be a Texas Rangers fan. I had to Google because I was curious. The first game here, we know this, April 21st, 1972. It's been 18,823 days since that first game, and we are World Series champions on this day.
It's incredible. Since we're sharing tidbits, I got to work this one in because this one blew my mind. Of course, everyone has heard the stat that the Rangers won 11 straight road games.
Incredible.
Right? Incredible stuff. Think about the teams that they beat in the postseasons and the names of said teams, okay? So they beat the Rays, the Orioles, the Astros, and the Diamondbacks. The acronym spells road. Are you kidding me? How does that happen? It was destiny. It was meant to be. We should have all seen it coming. Incredible stuff. All right, let's throw to Mike Leslie now, who is with the skipper himself, Bruce Bochy.
I'll be honest. I've run on empty, but it's a good feeling. It's worth it. Trust me. We had a nice celebration in Arizona. Had a lot of family coming in last night here. Trying to catch up, but looking forward to this parade. These players are going to just be floored. Coming in, you could just see the thousands of people, and we can't thank them enough. This is a special day. This is probably as big a day as even, all the other things that go with this.
When you see those crowds outside that have been waiting for this for such a long time, and you're part of the group that delivered a championship to these fans that have been pining for this, how does that hit you?
It's what it's about, the fans. They're the reason we do this. Why we play, we feed off them, and for them to get a championship, that's what makes it special. They're all special, World Series, but the first one and for this to happen for them is what makes me feel so good.
What about for the young guys on your roster that hadn't had a chance to experience? This is the fourth for you. You've done this a time or two before. For the guys who this is their first, what has it been like to watch them experience this moment?
When we got it done, the last out, that's what I was thinking about after all the hugs. I looked out there, and for so many guys to experience this for the first time, especially I'll start with my pitching coach, Mike Maddox. He's been in 3, and for him to get a ring, man, it gives me chills. But and the rest of the guys, it's what you play for, and it's so difficult to do. And so these guys have checked the box off that they've been trying to check off for their whole life, and that's what's really neat about it.
Coach, how does it feel to win a World Series in an odd year?
I didn't know it was an odd year until somebody brought it up. I don't know where October went, to be honest. You lose track of time. You don't think about it. But, so it's good to break that, knowing that, I could be part of an odd year championship.
Hey, Butch, you won in San Francisco for the first time. You know how that changed that place as a baseball town. So what is this town in for now that it actually has a champion?
Well, my hope is it just creates that much more interest and passion in baseball here. And not that they didn't have it, but when you have a lot of losing seasons, it's difficult for the fans. And so our job is to continue this winning. And, yeah, it's great to win this championship, but, we don't want, this city to go that much longer, without another one. So, it's going to be really cool, I think, for these players to see the enthused passion, interest in baseball here. They'll see it in spring training, during the season. Now it's up to us to play good baseball and continue that. So it's really, it's just so cool to see how the city comes together, everybody, and see how much you impact so many people who have been waiting for this.
You mentioned Mike Maddox, your pitching coach, your pitching staff, who's criticized.
Yeah, there's Texas Rangers skipper Bruce Bochy, and I want to go on that thread that he mentioned, right? The fact that they impacted this community the way they did, and he also mentioned it being the first. And it'll never be like this again for Texas Ranger fans, especially because, in essence, it came out of the blue. no one outside of that organization thought that this could happen. And now you get to enjoy that because it's different. After you've won 1 or 2 and you go back and do it again, the feeling's completely different.
And I want to pick up on something he said. Somebody asked him, did you realize this was an odd year? And somebody may be going, well, no, it's not an odd year. Well, it's 2023, which is an odd year. Think about this. Bruce Bochy won the World Series with the San Francisco Giants in 2010, 2012, 2014. So everybody said he's an even year guy. Well, we proved that wrong. He won in 2023. WFAA coverage of the World Series Victory Parade from Arlington. We'll be right back.
We're not done. We're going to bring some more. This is what we play for, you know. We know how much our fan base wanted. We know how much this organization deserved it.
It's incredible how all this happened and went down.
Good afternoon from Arlington, Texas. We are the home of the World Series champions, Texas Rangers. Thank you for joining us. I'm Cynthia Izaguirre alongside Mark Istook for our WFAA World Series Champions Victory Parade.
That's right. We've been counting down all day to about, 14 minutes or so from now as that parade is get set to get kicked off. We are joined by several 100,000, I would guess, fans here who came to watch this parade, and I'm willing to bet that if you asked them, every single one of them would tell you they were at the Nolan Ryan Robin Ventura game.
Yeah, we've got so many diehards out here, and everyone, Mark, has a story about why they're here, why they're Rangers fans.
Oh, absolutely. Some of them have been diehards who have been on the bandwagon for years. Some of them jumped back on the bandwagon during this playoff season. But, the great thing about being here in Texas, there's always room to hitch another wagon to the train.
All right, who are we going to now, Haley? All right, we're going to get to Mike Leslie, who is standing by with Marcus Semien.
It's a feeling I've never felt before, but it's still kind of soaking in, and I'm sure this entire offseason will be much more special too.
What has this been like for you guys as a group to have these moments, to come back here to Texas and celebrate as a group? As you guys have made your way through these 36 hours, what's maybe the craziest thing you guys have done so far with the trophy?
Well, we just got home, just traveling back and being able to celebrate in Arizona. But this is why we came back for the parade. I think this will be the special day for us to all be together and, just enjoy each other until everybody has to go home for the offseason.
How did it feel to get your jersey sent to the Hall of Fame?
Yeah, that was cool. You know, they asked me if I'd donate something. I didn't know what it was going to be. They talked about my arm guard, maybe my jersey, and, you know, the night I wore that jersey, I was able to hit a home run in the World Series and win the World Series. So, you know, to have that in Cooperstown is special.
So 3 years ago, this team lost 110 games, and then you and Corey Seager signed on. I'm sure, you know, Chris Young told you, hey, we got a plan here. But at any point did he say, hey, we're going to win the World Series in 2 years? I mean, obviously you weren't thinking that the success was going to come this fast, were you?
Well, all the outside voices definitely didn't think so, but everyone in this room, you know, had this goal. You know, I wasn't here in 21. I played against the Rangers. You know, the roster's a lot different now. Yeah. You know, I think last year, you look at our lineup, a lot of the same guys are here. Everybody improved. Of course, the pitching, you know, we loaded up, and guys stepped up when we needed them to. But Chris Young, you know, if you ask him that question, his goal is to win every year, you know, no matter what. He works hard to, you know, make sure ownership and you know, him are on the same page, you know, to get the right players in this building.
Sporsy standing right over there. He was obviously on the mound for that final out. Have you had a chance to go back and watch and kind of relive that moment? And what was that like for you to be out there and see that pitch get called for a strike?
Yeah, I mean, just a special moment for him. You know, I think he did that in the College World Series too. You know, he's built for that moment. Yes, Leclerc was our closer and so dominant the entire postseason, but just to see Spores get that moment after, you know, an up and down year for him, but a great finish, you know, that brings him confidence for the rest of his career, I'm sure.
What have some of the guys who have experienced this told you about what to expect when you guys go outside?
Yeah, just that it's going to be fun, enjoy it, soak it in. It's going to be crazy. You know, a lot of people, and, you know, don't take it for granted.
Who's been the craziest celebrator to this point?
All right, taking it from Mike Leslie and celebrating a player like Marcus Semien, who formed with Corey Seager the interior of that Rangers infield with all these fans who are hanging out today.
Hey, Rangers fans!
It's amazing how many your kids are here. Some of them, I imagine, are skipping school, but if you're a student at Arlington, Crowley, Kennedale, Mansfield, Irving, Grand Prairie, you got the day off.
You sure did get the day off. In fact, Mark, we've been out here talking with a lot of these students, and some of the things that they have been telling us about why they are here, really pretty beautiful. I spoke with Lane Roper. He's 13 years old. He's from Mansfield ISD. He says today is all about celebrating champions and being a part of history. I spoke with Mac Waldron. He's 14 years old from Mansfield ISD. He says he's just out here to have fun with family and friends. His buddies made fun of him for saying that, but I'm like, I think that's beautiful that you want to be out here celebrating with your family and friends.
Good for him. It really is a once-in-a-lifetime experience that we hope is not one, because we hope you get to do it again. I don't know, maybe next year. Maybe the year after that.
And that is exactly what Joe Garza from Fort Worth says. He predicts they're going to see another World Series championship next season.
Well, I tell you what, that's actually not that hot of a sports take opinion, because this was a team that was supposed to be a year away. We thought that under Bruce Bochy this year, they would really get right, maybe make the postseason. And they talked a little bit about the possibility of a World Series, that they knew they could do it, but sometimes that's, you know, just sports talk. I think really the general consensus was this was a team that was maybe a couple of pieces away. No, we found out this was a team that was ready to take it all home.
And you know what, Joe, you've been saying in Bochy we trust. What I love is, you know, what GM Chris Young said, who played for Bochy. He says that he told Bochy when he was hired that Young would let him manage, and that's exactly what Bochy has done.
Yeah, that's the great thing about Chris Young. He has all these relationships, and he has used some of those to leverage bringing in talent on the field, and obviously Bruce Bochy. And it's not just in Bochy we trust. It's in Bochy those players trust.
100%.
And that's the important part. Some coaches can say things, and a player might say, okay, yeah, coach, I got it. But when Bochy says it, it resonates, it means something. And because he's pushed so many right buttons in his career, they almost will it to happen, because when coach says it, they believe it.
He's a proven winner.
Yes.
And I think they perform for him and with him. He's with that team. He's not just the manager, he's part of the team.
And I got to tell you, speaking of with, This crowd is one and with each other. We got DJ CJ Stats. He's the in-house DJ for the Rangers. This place is absolutely hype, and we got more hype to go to right now. Scoop Jefferson, who I hear has a great view. Scoop?
Up on the roof somewhere.
Yeah, I got the best seat in the house when it comes to watching the World Series Texas Ranger parade and party. But let me explain to you why I'm in a construction hat, a vest. I'm actually on the 3rd floor of the Lowe's Arlington Hotel Convention Center here in Arlington. I'm going to step out of the way and give you a look. Again, this is a bird's eye view of what's happening here. When the parade ends, everybody's going to converge here on the plaza outside of Globe Life Field for the party. The main stage is right there. We have cheerleaders. We have thousands of people who have gathered here already. We can actually see the parade route from here on the 3rd floor of the Lowe's Arlington Hotel and Convention Center. This is an amazing view. You can hear the music and people are excited. You can see literally thousands of people in Rangers gear from this view as well. Of course, you don't want to miss this at all. And this is, again, one of the best views. We could actually see people celebrating down on the main ground here. Again, we can see the parade route. To my right, there is Choctaw Stadium. And behind me, again, Lot B here outside of Globe Life Field, where we can see the party that's going to happen right after the parade. A great view. We'll continue to bring you views from the balcony here at Lowe's. And I want to say that this is exciting because we are the first news crew to ever go live from the new Lowe's Hotel that's going to open next year here in Arlington. Back to you.
Hey, Scoop, thanks so much. That's really cool. I love that he's got the hard hat on, right?
I know.
Ready. And we can just barely see you.
Scoop, I'm waving at you. I'm sure you can see me through the crowd, right?
He's about half a mile away. He's got that great view from up high. And, man, this is absolutely a sight to see. And we can tell that the crowd continues to swell. Yeah. They know that this is where the players will land for the big rally afterward, and we can't wait.
Yeah, so this is the end of the parade. This is where the rally is going to happen. We're thinking maybe around 2:15, 2:30, but this is where you want to stay with us because you're going to see the players speak. You're going to see, I'm sure, Bochy speak, some of the executives. The real reasons we are here to celebrate. We'll be speaking here live in just a couple of hours. Stay with us, everybody. We're going to go to break, but WFAA's coverage of the 2023, people are making fun of me because I keep doing this, Victory Parade. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to WFAA's live coverage of the 2023 Texas Rangers World Series Victory Parade, which I believe, as we can see on our screen, is officially underway, at least for the marching bands. We've seen one make their way past us. There's another one, and by my count, we have 6 Arlington High School bands set to perform for us today. Already we are seeing them celebrate. We just heard Deep in the Heart of Texas, complete with fans clapping. We're off to the races.
Well, I'll tell you what, this is always my favorite part of any parade, Mark. It is the marching bands, and what a treat today. The Texas Rangers asked Arlington ISD to bring out all band members from all 6 high schools to celebrate this very special moment. At last, a victory parade for the Texas Rangers, our World Series champions. Speaking from experience, Mark, being a former band member, a former drum major, this moment here is something these band members will never forget for the rest of their lives.
Well, and I think it's a smart move by the Rangers to include so
Yes.
many members of the community who have been here supporting this team since they moved from Washington as the Senators all those years ago, because these fans have been showing up year in and year out, and there were some lean years in the mix, but we talked about this before. The Rangers have been part of the fabric of North Texas for such a long time that even for those folks who didn't catch a game at the stadium this year, or maybe just tuned in for the postseason, there's a loved one in their family that was a big Rangers fan. There's a game they listened to as a kid. There's a moment that stands out in their youth that ties them to this team. It really is part of the fabric of this area. So to include the high school marching bands, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot of other local folks here as well, celebrating and walking the route, a pretty special way for the Rangers to honor those folks who have been here for so many years.
And for those of you just joining us for At Last, the Rangers World Series Victory Parade, thank you for joining us. You are looking at live pictures from Arlington ISD band members, of all of the drill team members out here with them up front, and the excited fans here today. We spoke with Nancy Gutierrez from Oak Cliff. She says she and her husband waited 40 years for this moment. Her husband, Chano, died last year, but she says she knows that he is jumping up and down in heaven and that he's probably having a beer as well.
Well, I imagine he is enjoying himself, as are the hundreds of thousands of fans. And I don't have an official count. It's just going to be estimates. But we have seen so many people show up overnight. So many people showed up earlier this morning. And I thought that we had reached kind of capacity.
No,
people continue to make their way to the parade route because they want to celebrate this experience they have waited so many years for.
Yeah, that parade underway. And following the parade, the Rangers will have a public ceremony in the North Plaza outside Globe Life Field, right next to Texas Live, where we will hear from the heroes of this World Series win, from so many people, including the man, the myth, the legend, Bruce Bochy.
That's right, and he'll be accompanied by all those Rangers players who made the season happen. I want to kind of give you a heads up of where we're located. So right now we are in the northwest corner, parking lot 5 outside AT&T Stadium, if you know where that is.
Oh, wow.
It is in the northwest corner of the intersection of AT&T Way and Cowboys Way. This parade route basically starts in the south end of Globe Life Field, makes its way along Cowboys Way, then up AT&T Way. It'll hit west of Globe Life Field, it'll hit Nolan Ryan Expressway, the road to Six Flags, then it'll come down on the other side of the stadium and wrap up kind of on the backside of Globe Life Field, right where it started, as we get ready to listen to this marching band as well. There's a lot of folks out here enjoying every minute.
And that the brass section is passing by right now. I got to give a shout out to all trombone players. My son, my 6th grader, plays trombone, and so of course I'm having a mom moment here. We got the tuba players that are passing by behind us, and just all of the brass section, the drum corps, and the cheering fans. We hear you, we feel you. Tens of thousands of people out here this morning, and Arlington Mayor Jim Ross probably said it best. He wants all Rangers fans here today to celebrate the parade, soak it all up, and simply to have a good time.
I'll tell you, I had a great time out here the last couple of mornings on Daybreak. I was here yesterday after the celebration. I was here this morning as well. Yesterday was with Mariel Ruiz. This morning was with Greg Fields, both from our weather department. Folks, I asked them if we could get a picture-perfect day for this parade, and they delivered. Finally, I cashed in my chips. I got a good weather day. They delivered, and the fans here are enjoying
They
it.
could have done a little better with the weather, with the wind, but who's complaining?
Beggars can't be choosers, right?
No, but it is a perfect day for a parade, and we have got so much to cover today. I can't wait to hear and to see the players. We have so many heroes from this postseason.
Right, we've got team coverage scattered all over the parade route as well. Now, as you can imagine, when you pack in a couple of 100,000 people and their cell phones, it gets a little tricky with the signal. So we're trying to do the best we can to get you to all of them. We're also enjoying the visuals here, and we're going to enjoy even more when we come back as our coverage is set to continue. You're enjoying the Rangers World Series Victory Parade right here on WFAA.
World Series parade coverage on WFAA is sponsored by Academy Sports and Outdoors.
Welcome back to the 2023 World Series Victory Parade as we celebrate the Texas Rangers, your world champions. I'm going to say that as often as I can because I've been waiting a long time for those words to come out of my mouth.
You and tens of thousands of people here in the city of Arlington, home of champions, home of where dreams come true. I want to go to lead sports anchor Joe Trahan, senior reporter Teresa Woodard. We've been talking with fans here all morning, as y'all have as well, and there's one name we keep hearing over and over again: Garcia.
With good reason, too. I mean, Adolis Garcia put his imprint not only on this postseason run, but on this franchise.
Yeah.
No one will forget what he was able to bring. The way he hit those home runs, it's also dramatic, especially, obviously, the one to win Game 1 of the World Series, the tone setter. And listen, it was a matter of the Diamondbacks really having the upper hand for most of that Game 1. If the Rangers wouldn't have been able to turn that thing around, who knows how this would have ended up. But he sealed it, and no one will ever forget El Bombi in the walk-off in World Series Game 1.
No doubt. And you do wonder, if he would have stayed healthy and if he would have been on the roster for the entire World Series, I don't know. Do you think he would have given Corey Seager a run for his money when it came to World Series MVP?
Listen, I think they were what and what. I started calling them thunder and lightning, right? Because somebody was going to make a lot of noise, and they both did, and it was fun to watch them go in tandem.
Yeah.
And it was interesting because after El Bombi got hurt, he had a meeting with all the different hitters.
Absolutely.
And Corey Seager said it impressed him and it moved him because El Bombi, who's this big, strong guy, got emotional. And he told his teammates, you guys are legendary. And they went out and proved it in Game 4 when they absolutely blew out the Diamondbacks.
Put up an 11 spot. The hitting was on fire, and you got to believe that El Bombi's speech led to some of that. He fired them up. They have the ability to do it, but when he went down, they said, we're doing it for Doley.
They did it for Doley. They picked him up, and that's been the hallmark of this team. When the pitchers might be having a bad day, the hitters step up.
Absolutely.
When the hitters don't have it going, we have seen a bullpen that really no one expected to be able to perform the way they did, do incredible things to help this team bring it home and win this championship.
At some point during the season, I'm going to own up to it. I tweeted, this bullpen is going to be the end of me. But look what happened. The bullpen got us here.
Listen, I'll be the first to tell you, full transparency, I thought that was going to be the thing that kept them from winning a championship.
Yeah.
But it did not. And oh, by the way, all they did was pitch a combined shutout in the series-clinching win that is so emblematic of this Rangers team. They just kept doing things you just didn't expect.
The roller coaster ride of the season. I know we've said that word many times, but there were times when you thought maybe we're down and out right now, especially in the end of September or early September when we got swept by the Astros. Dare I say the word Astros on television during the World Series championship parade? But we got swept, and in my head I thought, okay, I think this might just be, stick a fork in us. But look what we did. We came back. We eked our way in. We lost the division on the last day of the season, but look where it got us. We won the World Series despite all of those challenges.
I think so many people nationally and national media members wrote them off because in that stretch, they lost 16 of 20 games.
Yes.
That's when the national pundits said, hey, great start. Boch has got them going. They might be good down the stretch, but they can't really contend this year. Not only can they contend, they can win the whole dang thing.
And we are celebrating that today in a big way. You guys, the crowd is incredible right here at the site where the rally is going to happen. Joe and I are standing just between Globe Life Field and Texas Live. In that area, if you've been to a game, we're right by the Nolan Ryan statue, and this is where it's all going to end. But we have Marcus Took and Cynthia Itagera who are over at the beginning of the parade, and I know it's underway, guys.
It is, and it is glorious. It is glorious, Teresa. You mentioned where you were near the Nolan Ryan statue. We were pretty much smack dab in the middle of AT&T Stadium and Globe Life Field right behind us. And I want to address something that Joe brought up a minute ago. He talked about the national media kind of writing this team off. Look, I'll hold up my hand and I'll say that when the Rangers kind of faltered midway through the season, at the end of the season, I wrote them off as well. And I don't know that you can really blame people because you've been burned so many times with this team. You have the bad taste in your mouth from 2011 still sticking around. And maybe it's one of the situations where you lower your expectations because you've had them high so many times and gotten hurt. In the end of when it's all said and done, though, I think the fact that this is a team that surprised people, that is maybe a year ahead of schedule, I almost think that made it sweeter for Rangers fans because when you come in expecting to win a World Series, it's anxiety-ridden. And when you finally do win, it's relief. That wasn't the case here. Teresa mentioned before, it was like opening a new present on Christmas Day every game of this postseason. And when you finally open the last one, it's a World Series title. How sweet it was. And again, all those fans that hopped off the bandwagon, get back on because there is plenty of room on this train.
Well, we are watching the parade route right now, and I'm just loving seeing all of the band members, the cheerleaders, the drill team members, all from Arlington ISD, the Texas Rangers, insisting that they were the ones who had to be out here today and to play the music and to get all of these tens and thousands of fans even more hopped up on this glorious day, this Friday here in Arlington, Texas, a city where dreams really do come true, a city where Rangers fans, Mark, have waited 52 seasons for a World Series championships. They have done nothing but commit themselves to this team, and the team, like we said earlier, has reciprocated throughout the years, but this season, this postseason, has been unlike any other.
I wish I could go back in time and tell 9-year-old me, hey, you know what? This day's going to come. Toby Harrah was my favorite Rangers player back in the day, and I just remember how many times I would watch him play and wish for him to hit a home run and wish the Rangers could get over the threshold. You know what? They did it, and it is sweet.
And my husband, Captain Awesome's favorite player, Nolan Ryan, his hero to this day. Our coverage of the Rangers World Series parade continues right after this. Good afternoon, North Texas. It is a glorious afternoon here in Arlington. Cynthia Seguida here alongside Mark Istuk, and you are watching the World Series parade, the Rangers World Series parade on this beautiful afternoon. And I want to talk about one player in particular, Mark, Mitch Garver, because I'm partial to him because he's from Albuquerque, where I worked for 8 years, really fell in love with New Mexico. He has a really neat story. Of course, Garver had 12 hits, 3 homers, 14 RBI, and 8 runs scored in 14 games in this 2023 postseason. But really what I remember about him is the fact that he went to La Cueva High School in Albuquerque, right down the street from where I used to live and from where these New Mexican people were just so beautiful. And I read that he met his wife at La Cueva High School his sophomore year in, of all places, chemistry class.
Go figure, huh? High school sweethearts. His story is just one of many great stories on this Rangers roster. And certainly you've got some, high-dollar players, some free agents who came in who helped shore up this roster that get a lot of ink spilled about them. But top to bottom, this was not a lineup that you wanted to face. There's not a single hitter that you wanted to go up against. And we saw that game in, game out during this postseason as Rangers stepping up to the plate literally and figuratively and contributing to this run. And as a baseball fan, what I enjoyed most was being able to sit down with my son and watch some of these games and say, hey, watch how these guys approach at-bats. This is not home run or bust baseball. These are guys who are working counts. Evan Carter, the master of the full count. These are guys who are playing really smart baseball and taking advantage of the opportunities that come their way, and they did it, again, this postseason better than anybody.
And they all give credit to Bruce Bochy. I mean, you ask them they asked Marcus Semien, what does he mean to this Rangers team? And he said everything.
Mm-hmm. His guidance, grandfatherly in some ways, not just because of his age, but because of his presence, his wisdom. And I think that there are a lot of folks who Bruce Bochy was maybe not their favorite guy. Of course, he took that first World Series from the Rangers when they played the Giants back in 2010. He was the head coach of the opposing team. By the way, the first coach in Major League Baseball history to win World Series for opponents. He won one for the Giants against the Rangers and then the Rangers. So a great postseason for him. Again, a guy who's most likely a Hall of Famer down the road, putting forth a Hall of Fame resume this year.
And Chief Meteorologist Pete Delka said we would have a beautiful day for this parade. And Pete, I got to give it to you. You did a nice job. Yes, it is. It's a little windy, but we'll take this, Pete. It is beautiful. And Rangers fans have been absolutely wild all morning and all afternoon. Hey, everyone, we're live right now on WFAA. Let's go, Rangers.
You can do better than that. You can do better than that. Let's go, Rangers. There you go. All right. How about this? Let's try something. How do we feel about the Houston Astros?
Mark has had so much fun doing that all day long. But no, this is a great day. And Mayor Jim Ross, Arlington Mayor Jim Ross, he says he wants Rangers fans to be here today. He wants you to soak it all up. He wants you to have a great time. And he wants you not to go to work. Joe and Teresa, he actually came up with an absence letter for people here to give to their managers as reason why they could not work today.
Yeah, I tried. It didn't work very well. My manager said, "What is this? Get that thing away from me." No, seriously. I want to express my absolute appreciation and gratitude for this day and for being where we are, because you don't have a whole lot of these. You just don't.
I know. And you said earlier, soak this in because it's the first one ever. And you said maybe a second one or a third one. I'm going to get greedy and just keep piling them on. Wouldn't be as sweet. I don't know if I will ever be able to replicate the feeling of being able to say out loud for the first time, Texas Rangers won the World Series. Texas Rangers are world champions!
So I think we're going to have a quick referendum, and I think every time we say World Series parade, we're going to have to give it the Teresa wave,
yes,
right? I think that might work. I think that might be a lot of fun.
I can't control my emotions because I think back. I heard Mark say this earlier. He wishes he could tell 9-year-old Mark that this was going to happen someday, and I feel the same way. And of course, we get a little emotional because we think back on the people who we watched Rangers games with. And, I've talked about my father many times. He's the reason that I am a diehard sports fan. And unfortunately, I lost my father just a few months ago. So I got to believe that, is up there drinking a beer, watching this and saying, cheers, Rangers. But also I think about my grandmother who used to wear a Pudge Rodriguez t-shirt
Yes.
proudly. That was her favorite. So I think Pudge had always been my favorite Ranger. I think of Adrian Beltre, who we cheered so hard for, Rusty Greer so many years ago. And this championship, while it is Corey Seager and Marcus Simeon and Jonah Heim who won it, this championship is for all of those names. It is for everyone who's ever worn a jersey and everybody who has ever cheered for the Texas Rangers.
No, and I think it's for everyone who came before, right?
Absolutely.
And I love the fact that Mark keeps mentioning those vintage Texas Rangers names, right? Because I was down in Houston.
Yes.
I may not have been cheering for him, but I knew all of them, right? And it was so good, so cool to hear Mark talk about him. But you mentioned your emotion. And I do think that's really important, especially for Ranger fans, because think about it. Since 2011 and up until that third out was recorded on Wednesday night, you almost had to keep that emotion pent up.
I mean, you
right?
saw me. I was a nervous wreck. We're up 5-0 in the ninth, and I'm thinking, I think this is going to happen, but I thought it was going to happen in 2011 until Nelly Cruz decided to bobble that ball.
So let me pull the curtain back, because the other night, on Wednesday night, after Marcus Simeon hits the home run to go up 5-0, I'm like, it's over. It's a fait accompli.
And I'm like, no, it's
done.
not.
And Teresa would have none of it. None of it. She was like, nope, we got to get the third out.
I know,
So that was.
I know.
But listen, I think that's the way a lot of Ranger fans felt. The reality would not set in, until Josh Sborz spiked that glove. And I love that, right? Because we all love our football here in Texas.
Yeah.
And that was a spike for the ages, right? And just incredible to watch. And now all these fans today, these hundreds of thousands of fans are getting their chance to kind of put their fingerprints on this celebration and the feeling and everything that goes into being a champion.
1972 is when this franchise came to town and began playing, April 21st, 1972. I know my uncles have said they remember cheering on opening day in 1972. And so this is something that it's just the fabric of who we are. And unfortunately, as Rangers fans, the fabric of who we are is also to maybe have a little bit of doubt and maybe not believe. But believe today, baby. This is real. This is happening. We are the world champions.
Well, and the other thing is now the narrative changes, because the narrative with the Texas Rangers from any baseball fan was always Nelly Cruz. That's where the narrative began.
Yes.
It begins there no longer.
And
I'm not gonna
dare I say, David Freese.
Yeah. No love for David Freese around here, but no longer do you have to start the narrative with the heartache, right? Because a lot of people have been saying that it may have erased that moment. And I may have even said that myself. And I said, you know what? It didn't erase that moment, because you want to hold on to that moment, because going through that heartache makes this so much sweeter. Great stuff.
Absolutely. All right, we're going to take a quick break, but WFAA's coverage of the 2023 World Series Victory Parade continues. We'll be right back.
And welcome back to our coverage of the 2023 World Series Victory Parade here in Arlington, Texas. Cynthia Seguera here alongside Mark Istook. It's a great day for a parade.
It absolutely is, and it's a great day to celebrate this franchise and all those memories that the Rangers have given us over the years. You know, Joe Trahan and Teresa Woodard a minute ago were talking about some of those old school Rangers. It was a reminder that this is not just a celebration of today.
Right.
In so many ways, it is a celebration of yesterday, of all those days before today that led to this moment. And I hope you'll indulge me.
You have a list.
I came up with just some of my favorite Rangers over the years, guys that I rooted for. I mentioned Toby Hare before, Nolan Ryan, my all-time favorite.
Gosh, yeah.
But I remember as a kid, Pete Incaviglia, Pudge Rodriguez, Edwin Correa, Gary Ward, Steve Buechele, Pete O'Brien, Odie McDowell. How about that? Curtis Wilkerson, Charlie Huff, Larry Parrish. I remember going to a Tulsa Drillers game with my friend Wade Bryan. Benji Gill hit a foul ball.
Benji Gill.
I remember playing home run derby in the backyard with my best friend Justin Jeter, trying to emulate Julio Franco's batting stance and then riding with him on the Conquistador at Six Flags one time. Mickey Rivers, Jose Canseco, Jim Sundberg, Buddy Bell, Ken Hill, Mike Young, Ian Kinsler, Rogie Odor, Derek Holland. The names keep coming because there are so many people. If you believe that today is the product of all the yesterdays before, there's a lot of yesterdays to celebrate on this special day.
Nice job, Mark Istook. All of our vintage Rangers fans are loving listening to that. Joe and Teresa, who are your favorite Rangers players?
Well, I have to say Pudge is at the top of the list,
Nice.
most definitely. But you know what? I want to also give some credit. When I was a kid, I loved Bobby V.
Yep.
And I also think that today we want to think back on Ron Washington as a manager. Such a favorite of mine for sure.
Listen, I've got a pretty long list.
I know.
And I do have one caveat to my list. Nolan Ryan is really high
for
on
sure.
my list, but it was Nolan Ryan when he was wearing that Astros uniform. And when I was a very young man, when he threw one of his no-hitters, I remember beginning to listen to it on the radio outside with my glove in my baseball. I was afraid to go inside and watch it on television because I didn't want to spoil the no-hitter. I listened to that entire game, popping my baseball in my glove, and it's one of my best and most fond memories as a baseball fan. But being down in Houston, Pete Incaviglia,
Oh, I know.
that name, Toby Hara,
Yeah.
all these names, all these great guys, and it was Jim Sundberg. I mean, there were all these guys coming through, and then I've had the pleasure to work with a lot of these guys recently. Adrian Beltre was fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
I want to mention Elvis Andrus.
Oh,
we
we
have
love
it,
Elvis.
right?
I
Elvis
know,
was great.
I know.
But my all-time favorite recently has been Michael Young. What Captain Ranger, and I'm so glad that he was there the other night to soak in that championship.
And Juan Gonzalez.
Oh,
Amazing
Wando.
to see him. He came back this season,
Yes.
threw out a first pitch, and it was a really special night for these Texas Rangers and for the fans.
It is great stuff, and we're having fun bringing this incredible day to you. It is let me make sure I get it right.
Yeah.
It's the 2023 Texas Rangers Victory Parade. You got to wave your arms in the air like you just don't care. All right, we got plenty more to care about after this, though. Stay with us, folks.
WFAA's live coverage of the Texas Rangers World Series Victory Parade continues as we are celebrating a year unlike any other for baseball fans in North Texas.
And what was it you just said before we came out from break?
I said, well, we talked about a team that we beat and how nice it was.
Yeah.
But there are neighbors to the south. We don't even need to mention them today.
In fact, one guy tried to go through the crowd behind us wearing his Houston Astros gear. That did not go over very well. Live pictures right now from the parade route. We've seen the band members. We've seen the drill team members. We have seen the Rangers mascot captain. What we have not seen yet, though, are the actual players, and these people are waiting for them.
They are, and I love being able to give a shout-out to all of our North Texas cities represented. Let me hear it for Arlington. Let me hear it for Arlington. All right. Who's here from Irving? Anybody from Irving? Yeah, right there.
How about Dallas?
Any Dallas residents here? Fort Worth.
How about Rangers fans?
There we go.
And I know, okay, so there are a lot of players we're waiting for. One player in particular who I'm waiting for, catcher Austin Hedges. He is from California, and I didn't realize he was traded to the Rangers just 2 months ago, and he became a really emotional leader for the Rangers.
Well, what was cool was they kept cutting to him during the World Series coverage, during the entire postseason, really, and he was there on the railing, just excited as could be, as amped up as any Rangers fan. He had a front row seat, the front row of the dugout.
He sure did, and guess what he has promised to do at today's parade, which I will be waiting to see. He said he is going to wear chaps and a Cowboys hat.
Well, that's fitting. He's in Texas.
He is
That's
in
what
Texas.
you wear.
So we look forward to seeing him in his Cowboys hat. Which player are you looking forward to seeing on the parade route?
I think, to me, it's been cool to see the emotion from Corey Seager when he's shown it. He's a guy who is calm, cool, collected, but every once in a while you get one of those big fist pumps from him, like after a big 3-run home run perhaps, and you see the passion and the intensity behind a guy who, again, is known for just really maintaining his composure. So seeing the emotion from the players, the managers, all the folks involved with the organization, I think that's what I'm looking forward to most today.
Yeah, Corey Seager, number 5, our MVP. He is only now the 4th MLB player to win MVP twice. He also won the honor with the Dodgers back in 2020.
That's right. He's only the 2nd to do it as a position player, not as a pitcher. So he joins a pretty exclusive company with Reggie Jackson in doing so. I mentioned before, we don't have an official number of fans here. We'll get an estimate. I think it's 100,000 or so plus, all of whom, as I said, will tell you that they were at that Nolan Ryan, Robin Ventura game, like every Rangers fan says they were. We'll get some more from them in a bit.
We'll get some more from them in a minute. But first, we're going to go to break, and when we return, more coverage from our Texas Rangers World Series champions.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Welcome back, everybody, to WFAA's live coverage of the 2023 World Series champion Texas Rangers Victory Parade. This word just coming to us from the Arlington Fire Department. They are estimating there are 500 to 700,000 fans out here to celebrate. Today, we are one family that is 500 to 700,000 big. We are celebrating the world champion Texas Rangers.
And that is how you do it, North Texas.
Amen,
right?
brother.
That is how you show up for your team, and you should, because as I've been telling a lot of my friends here in North Texas and beyond, you earned this championship. You deserve to be a part of this championship because you've had to go through so much. You have walked through that desert to get to this oasis that is this championship. In fact, I've been getting texts from all across the country, people who are watching us, streaming us, watching on WFAA.com. I had a very good friend who grew up here, and he said he is crying watching our coverage, remembering when he was a little Rangers buddy back in the day, 8 years old, right? Having a blast with this. So many people reconnecting with their city on this day. And along those lines, check my Twitter feed, because I've told you guys how much I like the City Connect logo.
Oh, I know, it's great.
Someone's flying a flag over there, and it's emblematic because the city is fully connected on this day.
100%. And we are connected to the past because we're remembering all the Rangers that we used to cheer for when we were little bitty and when this team was in its infancy. And here we are today cheering for Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. You know, the fans are in love with this team, not just because we climbed to the mountaintop and we were at the peak, but because we've been on the journey together, and it has not always been an easy journey, but getting here feels blankety blank good.
I bet it does. I bet it does. You know, the roller coaster ride that was this season, you know, that too is emblematic because it's absolutely been a roller coaster ride for Ranger fans for decades, right?
Absolutely.
Going all the way back when they used to make the postseason and run into those incredible Yankees teams, and they couldn't get any further. And it had to be disappointing time and time again. But all that stuff is certainly washed away with this great moment. And listen, we talk about this being the first time and remembering this because it's the first time. And as someone who loves the sport, loves to analyze it, I will say this. When you look at that Rangers roster, they are built to continue to contend. So absolutely get accustomed to this. Get used to this feeling. You know, because when you think about young Rangers, you hear Evan Carter and Josh Young.
Absolutely.
They come to mind first. But listen, Jonah Heim.
Absolutely.
Nathaniel Lowe. Leody Taveras.
Yeah.
They're not that much old. Even Adolis Garcia. You know,
I
great
know.
stuff. A lot of young players. They got the centerpieces with Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. Good days ahead, Rangers fans.
So you're telling
Good
me we're
days
going to do
ahead.
this again next November?
I'm telling you there's a chance.
I'm in. We'll be right back, everybody. Stay with us for more coverage of the World Series Victory Parade right ahead.
There's just a small slice of the 500,000 or so fans that the Arlington Fire Department is estimating are here on hand to celebrate the Texas Rangers and enjoy their World Series victory parade. And among that estimated 500,000 to 700,000 fans, you've got two right here at your desk with, I think, the best seat in the house.
And you and I were just talking about how much fun we're having right now. This is such a perfect day for a parade, and we're having fun, like Teresa said earlier, with more than 500,000 people behind us. Among the crowd, I want to give a shout out to a few people. 13-year-old Luke Amatel, who said he is here because this is a once-in-a-lifetime moment, and he's so glad to be a part of this history. Michael Trinkner, he calls himself a super fan from Weatherford, and Lisa Morales from Keller. She's been a fan her entire life, 50 years.
Well, it's funny, when you call this a once-in-a-lifetime moment, I was telling my 10-year-old the other day that it is, and in his short 10 years on Earth, it is a once-in-a-lifetime, but I told him, it's not really fair. You only had to wait 10 years to get a World Series championship. I had to wait 29.
Because I thought it was 28.
I just had a birthday.
But you grew up a huge Rangers fan.
I really did, and so many games we spent at Arlington Stadium before the ballpark was built. My dad might at, 6 o'clock on a Tuesday in the middle of July say, hey, you want to go to a Rangers game? And next thing you know, 25 minutes later, we'd be sitting in the stands. And some of those memories are so ingrained in my childhood, and I know that there are countless stories like that here. So many people, the Rangers have been woven into the fabric of their childhood, their adulthood, their time here in North Texas, and it's pretty special as we see the parade itself start to ramp up. Showing you a live look there, and folks, we don't have the best view of the monitor there, but I think I'm seeing some players out there waving some pennants for the fans.
And I do believe we've got some players there. It's hard to see from our angle, but among them are some of the heroes from this postseason. That's the mayor, Jim Ross, who has asked all of Arlington citizens and all of the 500,000 or more people who are here today to just have a good time, soak this all in, and don't worry about going to work today. You've got a good excuse not to be there.
Hey, a 3-day weekend in early November. I think a lot of us could get used to that if we could make this an annual occurrence. I will say this. We've seen celebrations for World Series, and Super Bowls, and NBA titles, and other kinds of big events like that around the country that have been overboard, out of control. I've been blown away by how happy the fans have been. They're waving on Fort Worth Mayor Maddie Parker as she makes her way around.
Yep.
How happy and positive these fans have been. It has been a joyous occasion, and I think it's one of those situations where that joyful energy is awfully contagious.
And you know what? The city of Arlington has earned it. Truly has earned this moment. Rangers have stayed in Arlington for 51 years, and Arlington has helped these Texas Rangers build 3 stadiums, Mark. They have helped them through the city council. They have helped them through every year that we've been here waiting, trying to get to this moment, and the Texas Rangers have reciprocated in every way. And a big shout out to the Arlington Fire Department, who is out here along with Arlington PD keeping all of us safe.
Well, a lot of first responders work these games.
Yes.
The home games, 81 of them before you get to the postseason. So pretty cool to see them get recognized by the fans and get a chance to be a part of this celebration. And again, more of the floats are making their way by here. These fans showed up last night, many of them.
Oh, yeah.
They wanted a front row seat, and they are rewarded with one now.
And it feels really good outside right now, but when those fans were out here overnight and early this morning, it was downright cold, it was windy, and so it didn't matter to them because they are here to enjoy this beautiful moment. And we should note that following this parade, the Rangers are going to hold a public ceremony outside of Globe Life Field right next to Texas Live, where we're going to hear from the players.
Well, you were at Texas Live to kick it all off. World Series, Game 1, the home game. You guys got to be there.
Last week, 1 week ago on Friday. And again, my favorite part about all this, Mark, is talking with Rangers fans because they all have a story. I spoke with one group of people who were here together because they've been watching Rangers games together for the last 25 years. I spoke with a granddaughter and her grandfather who came to the World Series game 12 years ago. He took her. This year, she took him.
Pretty special.
Very special.
And again, there are countless stories like that. Countless folks, that, again, the Arlington Fire Department is estimating at 500 to 700,000 people. That's 500,000 strong, watching General Manager Chris Young ride on the parade float as he makes his way. A well-deserved victory lap, if you will, for him around the Arlington Entertainment Complex.
Yeah, the general manager who played for Bruce Bochy told him when he was hired that Young would let him manage, and that is exactly what Bochy has done this season, this postseason. He has watched, he has reacted, and he has managed.
What has been, I think, most interesting in the job Chris Young has done since you mentioned him and we get to see him there making his way on the parade route is this roster that he put together, all the moves that he made, putting those chess pieces on the board for this Bruce Bochy to manage, and what a masterful job of managing he did. You watch this postseason, you watch how he used his pitchers, you watched his juggling of the lineup when he needed to, dealt with injuries, Max Scherzer with the injury, Adolis Garcia with the injury as well, and it seemed like every move he made worked out for this team.
And, going back to GM Chris Young, I want to go back to something that he said at spring training in Arizona. He said, "We're sick of losing, Mark."
Yeah.
We're sick of losing.
And so are Rangers fans.
9 months later, the sickness has been cured.
Well, when you talk about a cure like that, I'm curious for those fans who watched the World Series back in 2010, 2011, dealt with the pain of that Game 6 loss to the Cardinals. It has been a sore spot for more than a decade. I imagine for a lot of folks, they feel at peace about it.
Oh, yes.
They feel like, you know what? It worked out in the end.
Well, it got us to this moment, Mark.
It got us to here, and how sweet it is.
And right now, I'll tell you what is so sweet about this moment. From where Mark and I are sitting, we're right next to AT&T Stadium here. We've been watching kids playing football out here, and we've been watching all of these fans talking to one another, having a good time, and right now you should see them. They are just watching this parade route so intensely, waiting to see their favorite players.
I think it's been so meaningful as a fan in the past, coming up on 48 hours, to have enjoyed the folks coming out of the woodwork to be a part of this experience. You watch, you don't want to let yourself get out over your skis and just assume you're going to win until that final out is recorded. But once it was Wednesday night, boy, people have been flooding this area, flooding social media, sharing their stories, and it's made this celebration that much more communal.
And you know what? It's been a lot of emotional stories, and I know a lot of you watching right now can probably relate to this. Emotional stories for the loved ones who have gone on, who were big Rangers fans, who are celebrating from wherever they've gone off to. And here we have more dignitaries, hopefully some players. Oh yeah, we're seeing some of the players now. Let's see what players are on the parade route right now. Not yet.
What's been interesting about this parade, so we saw the high school bands, the marching bands. They made their way through here, I don't know, what would you say? It was about almost an hour ago.
About an hour ago, yep.
And there was a big gap. And I think it's been worth the wait to see this thing ramp up, we've seen a couple of the mayors make their way around. We've seen our first responders. And these fans have quite a parade in store for them. And they've earned it, as we mentioned, the ones that came last night to get those front row seats along the parade route, all 500,000 plus of them.
I've had a lot of fun talking with Rangers fans today, and when I ask people what player are you most excited about seeing, I got to tell you, El Bombi kept coming up over and over again. One of the heroes from this World Series win, this first World Series in franchise history. And he is, I don't know if a lot of people know this, he is Cuban. He defected from Cuba back in 2016. His older brother, Adolis Garcia, played pro baseball as well.
Just one of many great stories up and down this roster, whether you look at the guys who have been around here for a while or the ones who just joined this year, maybe at the trade deadline. You've got guys like Max Scherzer, who has plenty of World Series experience. He had that injury earlier in this week, and you saw how meaningful it was for him when he got emotional having to leave that game with the back spasms, and of course he was ruled out of the remainder of the series. But for a baseball player especially, this is the dream. This is what you think about when you're in your backyard. You think about a Game 7. You think about a final pitch. You think about a grand slam. You think about getting a strikeout or hitting a home run. you practice over and over again. You listen to voices on the radio, the Eric Nadel's or the Mark Holtz's back in the day, and you think, maybe one day I'll get to call myself a World Series champion.
And he sure does. By the way, he was born in St. Louis, in a St. Louis suburb, and grew up a Cardinals fan.
Yeah, one of the most storied franchises in baseball, but he's writing his own story here in North Texas, as are so many of these players.
And a couple of other players that I know a lot of you are looking forward to seeing and hearing from. Another one, pitcher Cody Bradford, number 61. He attended Aledo High School, so he is one of ours. He's a local product. This is something else that I found out about him. He was a valedictorian his senior year.
Well, you bring up something that's kind of interesting. When you talk about a local product, what we don't know is the impact this will have on the local baseball scene. How many kids right now, how many 6-year-olds,
yes,
7-year-olds are seeing the Rangers win and thinking, you know what? I'm going to play some baseball. I'm going to pick up a ball and play catch with my dad. And maybe in 10 or 15 years, Teresa and Joe, some of these 7-year-olds that are here today, some of these 10-year-olds that are here today are going to be on a World Series roster themselves.
Yeah, let me pick up that thread, right? Because I love where you're going with that, right? Because, listen, this is already a very fertile ground in terms of finding baseball talent, but it's also a very fertile ground for other sports, basketball, football. But you might have some of those kids who might be leaning towards football or basketball who will decide to go with baseball as their prime sport because of what they're seeing today, the impact that it's having on this community, and they could see themselves in this same position.
And for fans as well. You know what? If you're a little kid and you're experiencing this, this makes you fall in love with this team even more. When you're an adult and you were the little kid, you know, when they maybe had some lean years, it would have been easy to maybe move away and say, well, I'm going to go ahead and go cheer for whoever is actually winning right now. But those of us who've stayed loyal and we're here now, this cements it. And those young kids, this is your first experience with baseball. You're going to love it. Fall in love and stick with it.
There are a lot of fans being made for life.
For
and
sure.
we know the game of baseball, they've struggled to get young fans. You want to figure out how to get young fans? I'm looking at all these young faces on the other side of that camera who are at this parade today having a blast, and they will become Texas Ranger fans.
Absolutely, and it is so exciting. So so you know the lay of the land, Joe and I are here at the plaza that's between Globe Life and Texas Live. We're by that Nolan Ryan statue that a lot of you probably go into the ballpark seeing, and this is the end of everything. So this is where we will have a big rally where we will actually hear from the players, and I'm sure manager Bruce Bochy and probably CY himself, Chris Young. But this is where they're going to actually address the crowd. The crowd here is nuts. We've been doing the wave. The DJ is pumping them up. I can't wait to hear Can You Take Me Higher?
And you know that's going to be incredible when they take you higher. You know, we had Fred Ortiz, who's the lead architect from HKS. That's the firm that put together Globe Life Field. And I just want to give them a nod on this day because this plaza area is ready-made and perfect for what they're going to do here in about an hour and a half or so when these players get on that podium. That should be fantastic. All right, there's a look at one of the Texas Rangers principal owners, Ray Davis. And let's talk about Ray Davis.
Oh, my goodness. Thank you, Ray.
Let's talk about Ray. He opened the pocketbooks
in
a big way. He spent 2 years ago $500 million to get the centerpiece, and I use that pun intentionally, of his ball club with Corey Seager and Marcus Semien. But he didn't stop spending. He goes out to get Jacob deGrom. And then when Max Scherzer comes along, he gets him as well. At the trade deadline, he gets more players. They get Nathan Eovaldi. They get Jordan Montgomery. And this team needed all of them. So kudos to Ray Davis for opening the pocketbooks, spreading some of that wealth around, and having more than 500,000 people sharing that wealth today.
So we appreciate you, Ray, and we also appreciate the conversations that we've heard that Chris Young had with Marcus Semien and Corey Seager. He told them, are you up for a challenge? Because this isn't going to be easy. You're coming into a team that's actually lost a lot. Are you ready for this? And they said, we are ready. And they came into this together. John Gray was another big centerpiece there. And look what we accomplished in a lot less time than anybody thought. You and I know this. Coming into this season, we thought maybe we'll get to 80, 85 wins, maybe. And World Series champions, we didn't see it coming.
Well, along those same lines, I want to talk about Corey Seager, because here's one of the best players in Major League Baseball, and he knew that this success had to be built from the ground up. He is one of those foundational pieces, and he took on the challenge. And with the way he's taking it on, you know, I heard Derek Jeter saying the other day, Derek Jeter, one of the best baseball players in the history of this game, said Corey Seager is his favorite player. It's the way he
Wow.
goes about it.
Yeah.
So it's amazing how they built this thing and how it has come to fruition so quickly. But again, a big nod, not just to Ray Davis for opening the pocketbooks, but he decided that Chris Young, the general manager of this team, knew which guys he should pick. And as I say Chris Young's name, he shows up on your screen because that's what we do.
You're
that's
calling
how we,
the shot.
That's how we
Are you
cover
calling your
parades.
shot, Joe Trahan?
I'm trying. It was not intentional, but I'm glad it worked out.
Yeah, we do owe a debt of gratitude to the people who maybe we don't cheer for on the field, but are in the offices, opening up the purse strings, having those difficult conversations, and making some decisions that we as fans maybe aren't aware of, but we see them once they happen. We see it happen on the field.
And listen, Chris Young has a great support staff in that front office. People are involved with baseball operations. They're the people who have to give him the right data and say, we know, Chris, you like this player, right? We know that you like him, but here's the information on him. Do you want to pull the trigger and bring him into the fold? And they do. And Ray Davis and Bob Simpson, who we're showing now, those guys, they signed off on it. And here's the other great thing for Ranger fans that is an unintended consequence of this championship. Chris Young, my man Chris Young from Highland Park, he's got carte blanche now when he walks into the owner's office.
True.
Hey, guys, we need to get so-and-so. And the owners are like, okay, last time I said yes, that worked out pretty well. So the spending hopefully will continue.
Yeah, I'm reminded of a shot that we saw during the World Series when Max Scherzer was hurting. And the Fox broadcast took a cutaway shot of Chris Young up in the box where he was watching, and he was like, you need to take him out of there. You need to take him out of there. Pull him. And all of us were thinking, really? Are you sure you got to do this? But Chris Young knew. He's been there. He's played. He knows what he's talking about. And he saw something that the rest of us didn't see. We were thinking, are you sure you need to take Mad Max out? And they did. But we went ahead and won.
And they did. And that, you bring up another incredibly valuable component of Chris Young, the GM. Because he has been a player.
Absolutely.
There's a certain way that he can talk to available free agents, trade possibilities through their agents, right? There's a certain way that he can talk to them. There's certain things that he could say that might give him an advantage over GMs who might not have playing experience. And listen, Chris Young's playing experience is still relatively recent.
Yeah.
So some of these guys he played against or with, and they know him already, and they know the type of player he was, and that makes a difference when it comes time to try and persuade those free agents.
Yeah, as I said, the difficult conversations that he has to have, but look what the result is. You have to respect the fact that when he went to go talk to Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, he was straight up. He was like, you know what? Are you up for the challenge? Are you willing to do this? And they were. And guess who I think we're seeing right now? A fan favorite, even though he's way behind the scenes, is Mike Maddox. I shouldn't say behind the scenes because we all see him with that magic touch with the hand on the shoulder.
Always.
Anytime that he's got to go talk to a pitcher, he's got that magic touch. And thinking of Mike Maddox and seeing him takes me back to 2011. And I remember that series, and I remember him being a part of it. And how happy am I for him today? Mike Maddox, pitching coach and a World Series champion.
It's almost hard to believe that he didn't have the ring until Wednesday.
Yeah.
This is his first World Championship, and for him to get that,
Yeah.
and for him to be a part of it, and so integral because of the way this pitching staff developed along the way.
Yeah.
I mean, we saw it at its worst at times, so much so that we began to maybe not believe this team could do what they pulled off, but Maddox kept them together. Think about Jose Leclerc.
Oh my
He ended
goodness.
up losing his role as your closer, one of the most important positions in the entire game of baseball. But the season comes around. He only had 4 saves in the regular season. He matched that number in the postseason alone. It's one of those turnaround stories that really speaks to the incredible way the Rangers won this championship.
And I think Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy together, the pitcher whisperers, they just know exactly how to talk to the pitchers, when to pull the trigger, who to go to next. And again, as a fan, sometimes you question the decisions. There's been times I've said, Boch, what are you doing? But in Boch we trust, right?
Always.
Believe in Boch.
That's it. You've got to. He already had the track record, but to do it with this franchise, especially with the history of this franchise and the way people doubted this franchise, even when there was success, there were still doubts. There were still doubts about, what this franchise could do, what this franchise could be. So, hey, man, whatever Boach does, it's going to be hard for me to editorialize and try and blast Bruce Bochy.
No way.
Right?
No
right?
way.
Mike McCarthy across the street, no problem. Bruce Bochy, I don't know. I'm going to give him a long leash when it comes time to be critical.
I know, and he signed a 3-year contract with us, so let's just say there's still room for more. There's still room for more, Boach.
You know, that brings up a very interesting point, right? Because I hope this revitalizes, re-energizes, and refreshes Bruce Bochy so that he can hang around and just keep racking them up as a Texas Ranger manager.
I mean, we want to win more World Series. He was coaching his grandkids' T-ball team, and a T-ball championship, that's exciting and great, but I think a World Series is a little bit more exciting. So Bruce, come back and keep on winning.
That's right. Keep it rolling, keep it going. And speaking of rolling, the parade is rolling. So now a lot of these fans, these more than 500,000 fans who are lining these streets, have the opportunity to see all these people with the Texas Rangers up close and personal and get that great memory just burned into their frontal cortex.
Absolutely.
This is what championship feels like.
And we've said it earlier, we'll repeat it now. Arlington Fire Department estimating the crowd 500 to 700,000. It might have grown in the last 30 to 45 minutes as we were getting that information from Arlington Fire Department. As of right now, it appears as though everybody's behaving themselves. They're just excited to be a part of it. And again, to just sort of set the scene, the parade route is wrapping its way around AT&T Stadium. It's going to pass by Choctaw Stadium and then back to Globe Life where it originated. And then where Joe and I are standing is the plaza between Texas Live and Globe Life. And this is where everything's going to come to a grand finale. We will see the players. We will see Bruce Bochy, no doubt, probably CY address the crowd, pump the people up here. Although I don't know that they need pumping because some of the ushers who are so loyal and inside the stadium for every game, some of those ushers are out here. They're waving their towels. They're pumping up this crowd as well, getting folks excited to see this finale.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to the finale, too, because this is where we get those grand pronouncements, right?
Yeah.
This is where there might be one or two players who might step on that ledge and say, we're not done.
No.
We're getting you another one next year.
Back to back,
That's
baby.
it.
We might hear that.
That's what I'm waiting to see. That's what I'm waiting to hear. Who's going to be the one? Who's going to put it out there? You know, who's going to try and manifest it by saying it out loud?
Yeah.
So that'll certainly be fun to follow.
And I'm excited just to hear the reaction of the crowd when they start to see these players. I mean, you know who's going to get huge rounds of applause. You know that Adolis Garcia, Corey Seager, Marcus Simeon when they step up there. But there's a lot of people here who just appreciate the baseball, and they will be cheering just as hard for, of course, Jonah Heim, a key part of this. And, you know, Josh Spores, who he was in there. He was the one who got the final out. Who thought that Josh Spores was going to close this thing out for us? But he did.
Not on my bingo card.
I know.
I can tell you that much.
I know.
And again, that goes back to what we were talking about Mike Maddox before. And Bruce Bochy, the ability to maximize these players' ability when they might not even thought that they could do it. But they pulled it out of them. They made it happen, and they brought home this championship, and now all these folks are getting a chance to wave and scream and yell.
Absolutely.
And I do want to give this crowd kudos, right? Because they've been here for
long time.
several hours now, and they have stayed engaged. They keep doing the wave keeps breaking out. They got beach balls out here now.
Around.
You know, they're having fun. They're getting their money's worth from this. I'll tell you, that didn't cost anything to be here, but they're getting their money's worth for being out here and spending the time.
Yeah, you know, and I just also want to mention that the stage that's set up behind us, I've been looking at that World Champion logo that's back there because I just think it's awesome. It's in the shape of a home plate. It's got a big T at the top, of course, and then in powder blue, there are two powder blue bats that are diagonal, and in the middle it says World Champions 2023.
How much fun did Chuck Morgan, who kind of oversees the entertainment aspect of this, how much fun did Chuck Morgan have putting that logo together?
No joke.
Oh, my goodness, to see it on paper, because, again, that adds to the realness of this moment.
Yeah.
You know, and we got Tony Beasley.
Oh,
we talked about coaches earlier.
Bees.
Tony Beasley, another one of the great minds in this organization. Tony Beasley has fought cancer.
Yes.
He's beaten cancer. He's a fighter, always has been, and he's one of those guys that these players can go to when they might have that moment of doubt. And Beasley knows how to pump them up, get them back going, and make sure that they are ready to stay in the fight, because man, oh man, has he ever.
Absolutely. And, you know, as third base coach, you may think that that's a position that's kind of hidden and that maybe fans don't really know about, but he's a fan favorite.
Yes.
He interacts with the fans on his social media. It's Tuesdays with Tony, and he's a man of faith, and he does not hide that, and he hypes that up. And I think the fact that he has survived cancer also endears him to the crowd as well. But when Bees comes out, the place goes nuts for him too.
People know him. They know the journey. They know the battle. They know the fight. And oh, by the way, he's got a pretty good voice too. He sung the national anthem on more than one occasion, right? And Tony can do it too. Talk about a Renaissance man, a man of many talents. That's Tony Beasley, your third base coach.
And you can tell that the players love him and the fans love him. He's such an important part of this organization. And I think sometimes, you have to step back and think, it takes chemistry. It's not one person. It's not one. We've talked a lot about Bruce Bochy and the decisions he's made, Chris Young and the decisions he's made, but it's everybody together. It's a family, and you can't deny that matters. You can't deny that people like Tony Beasley and the chemistry that they bring help get us to where we are.
And I think it's especially important for a team like this that had to lean on everyone in the room to make it happen. And that chemistry was off the charts. Speaking of, let's throw it to Mark and Izzy.
Yeah, Joe, thank you, Teresa and Joe. One of those players that I wanted to mention as well, number 25, Jose Leclerc. He made the Rangers back in 2017 on the opening day roster. They signed Leclerc to a 4-year contract extension in 2019. In Game 1 of the World Series, he pitched 2 innings, earning the win in extra innings. He was born in Esperanza, Dominican Republic. Esperanza means hope, Mark, and which I think just is so indicative of what we have seen throughout this postseason. So much hope.
Well, hope is an attribute that has served these Rangers fans well this season among any, and it's been a verb too, because Rangers fans have hoped for this day for a long time. We are enjoying seeing some of the trucks make their way past. There's Corey Bradford. Looks like Brock Burke just passing our section here. I want to take just a second, if you'll indulge me, Cynthia.
Sure.
It has been so awesome to be able to see my colleagues cover this game, cover this series, cover this postseason, to see the work of Joe and Teresa and the genuine joy they had out in Phoenix, to see Matt Howerton hanging out with fans, to see you and Chris taking things live at Texas Live last week, to see all of our reporters step up and be a part of this experience. And by the way, so many folks behind the scenes have worked so hard to make this thing happen. It's a technical miracle to be able to get a signal out to you folks today. All the production folks, all the producers, all the people who made today possible, not just for the Texas Rangers, but for WFAA. It's been really awesome to be a part of this team, and I feel like all those years I put in as a fan, I'm getting to enjoy them as a broadcaster today.
Isn't that cool, Mark? Seriously. And you mentioned our behind-the-scenes team. They really are the heart and soul of this moment right now. And so a huge shout out to them. They're the reason we've got this live picture. And also our fans. And I think of Teresa Woodard, and there's so much deep meaning to this, and she keeps talking about her dad, but that's special to me as well. Her dad, who passed away earlier this year, he's the one who instilled the love of the Texas Rangers in Teresa Woodard. So thank you for bringing that up, Mark. And I continue to just get giddy over all of the players who keep passing by behind us, and all of the Rangers fans getting all excited about it. And I could just go on and on and on about all of these players, but we got to keep talking about Corey Seager, because he was truly an MVP.
He really was. He earned that recognition, and as we mentioned before, only the second position player in Major League Baseball history to win multiple MVP awards with different teams. And what a postseason he had. Stepped up when you needed him to, in those moments where you needed his bat to come through. I'll never forget the emotion he showed behind that big 3-run home run, and all the games are running together now, forgive me. But for a guy who is as cool, calm, and collected as a baseball player can be, seeing that little human side come out, you realize how much it means to those players. And I think fans are just now still getting to know him his second year as a Texas Ranger. Here's hoping it is the second of many when it's all said and done.
And Mike Leslie talked with Evan Carter, number 32. My goodness, another hero of this postseason. He is from Elizabethton, Tennessee, which happens to be the same town that the Cowboys' great Jason Witten is from.
They make good ones out there, don't they?
Man, such talent.
Well, it's stories like that are up and down this roster, and we could go on all day about just those little moments that these players provided us. But this is a fan's chance to express that gratitude. 500,000 plus, according to the Arlington Fire Department, out here celebrating on what could not be a more picturesque November day for a World Series parade.
Yeah, we got lucky for a World Series parade. You know, you mentioned about the appreciation from the fans and also from the players. John Gray told our Mike Leslie earlier that this moment means everything. This is a player who grew up in Oklahoma. He played baseball for Eastern Oklahoma State College and the University of Oklahoma. Get this, married his middle school sweetheart.
I mean, that trumps high school sweetheart, right?
Totally.
Now, if we have any
school
elementary school
sweet-
sweethearts,
oh,
that
my
would take the
goodness.
cake.
that would. But Sydney Persing.
Yeah, she's hanging out in the Nolan Ryan Expressway, which is along this parade route, kind of on the northwestern angle of it. Let's catch up with Sydney and see what she's up to.
Hey guys, yeah. Oh man, we are having a ton of fun out here. I think it was Joe that was talking about these folks. They've been, they're certainly getting their money's worth. They've been out here for hours. We are on Nolan Ryan and AT&T, and man, we have a ton of people out here who are just soaking it in. And let me tell you, these people, they are not wasting any of their time. We have people taking selfies. People are drinking their drinks. They're talking to the officers out here. We did get someone a little too excited who actually climbed onto one of the traffic lights. Of course, they were sort of shimmied down by law enforcement. Not the kind of excitement that those folks wanted to see. But I'll tell you, every time someone comes by and they throw the beads out to the crowd, it is like a mad dash for those things. People want a token. They want to remember this day. No doubt all of them will. But just as you guys were talking about, even in these lulls, in these moments where there's not a ton of action here, people are making the most of it. And it is a really awesome thing to see. I got to tell you, especially for the kids, there are so many children out here who are just having the best day of their lives. And there they are. You can see some of them now.
All right, Sydney Persing here at Globe Life Field as we are celebrating with 500,000 to 700,000 other people today,
yeah,
Mark.
I thought, we'd get a couple 100,000. That'd
No.
be a great turnout. No, 500,000 plus. So I realized, Cynthia, we're never getting out of here.
No, it's going to take a while.
It may be next year's World Series parade before we're able to get home.
But I don't think a lot of people are in a rush because I don't think a lot of these people are going to go back to work today.
No.
We were.
If you're here now, you are not going back to
We
work.
were talking about that. You talk about the appreciation and giving shout outs. I do want to give a shout out to some people who don't get a lot of shout outs. And it is to translators. I was telling Mark Istook earlier that I was watching an interview earlier in the postseason with Jose Leclerc, number 25, who I said was from Esperanza, Dominican Republic. And he speaks English. His Spanish is better, obviously. And so what they did, Fox Sports did an interview with him, and they had the translator right there translating everything that Jose Leclerc was saying. And I want to give a shout out to that translator because what you did is not easy, and you did a fine job.
And you would know how hard that is
Yes.
to talk when you've got someone else in your ear and you're trying. And that's when it's English.
Yeah, right?
And you're trying to convey what they're relaying to you.
Much less doing it in two languages at the same time. So who's another player you think was a standout that you'd like to give a shout out to as we watch them?
That's to me, Evan Carter, I think
Yeah.
just given his age, here's a guy who's 21 years old, known for being a patient hitter at the plate, known for working the count full, and really so much fun to watch his poise over this postseason. And I want to kick it out to Joe and Teresa because you guys are going to get that front row seat being in Phoenix for those games up there against the Diamondbacks.
Thanks
Here's
so much,
a kid
you guys.
who has a long and illustrious future ahead of him, hopefully as a Texas Ranger.
Yeah, thanks so much, you guys. Yeah, long, illustrious, award filled.
Yeah.
It will be incredible. Yeah, so giving shout-outs to players like that is great. And listen, I want to give a shout-out. Sorry, it's really windy out here. We just had a light fall. I think everyone's okay. Teresa, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right,
Not our light. Yes,
All right,
yeah.
yep, thank goodness. But listen, I want to shout out a veteran player who a lot of you would email me about, some of my friends would text me about, all over social media. How about Marcus Semien bouncing back at the moment?
Yeah.
At that moment, I mean, he only had 3 runs batted in before Game 4 of the World Series, and in Games 4 and 5, he ends up with 7.
Yeah.
It's absolutely amazing that he just kept going. I know there are a lot of you out there who wanted Boch to pull him out of that leadoff spot. They wanted to, hey, put him down in the order, ease the pressure. No, he stayed there. He was stalwart. He was steadfast, and he made it happen.
All right, it sounds like we might have another player on the parade route right now who I think we can see, and that is Dane Dunning.
Wow.
And yet again, you know,
Yes.
it's so interesting because I have a feeling every time that I know that there's a player and I think back, you know, maybe he's not the superstar, but he had moments throughout the season. He was, I believe, what Bruce Bochy called the MVP of the pitching staff. Dane Dunning was a key part of our regular season, and he carried us through, and he had an incredible year.
After Jacob deGrom gets hurt, Dane Dunning stepped up in fantastic fashion.
Yeah.
And the great thing about these seasons is you can kind of go back and go over what these players did, and you can consider, would we be here were it not for a guy like Dane Dunning?
Absolutely.
When you put together your list for unsung heroes on this team, he is probably in the top 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Because A, I don't know if we get here without him, and B, think about what happened in the postseason. He was one of those great starting pitchers that the Rangers converted into relievers. And
it's not easy to do.
And time again, he came in and pitched his butt off.
He did what he
Incredible
needed
stuff.
to do, and we have to all say thank you, Dane Dunning. I can just imagine what it must feel like to be one of the first players to be seen on that parade route,
Oh, yeah.
to be riding along there and to hear this crowd and to see this crowd. I mean, this is something all of these players have worked their whole lives for. Since they were kids, dreamed of this. Earlier today, I was looking at Instagram, and I saw a post from Jonah Heim's wife, and she said, I asked Jonah what his goals were when they were, you know, early on dating, and he said to play in the All-Star game and to win a World Series. Holy moly, Jonah, you checked off both of those boxes in the year 2023.
Pretty good year for Jonah Heim,
I
right?
know.
He's another one of those unsung
I would
heroes
say so too,
as
yeah.
well. It's hard work behind the plate. He was hurt late in the season, right? He wasn't injured to the point to where he didn't have to play, right?
Yeah.
But he was dealing with the wrist, and he had other
yeah.
things going on,
Yeah.
and he fought through it, and he kept playing. And when you're back there, and like I used to do when I was a little kid, when you wear the tools of ignorance, which is what they call the catching gear, it's hard work.
It is hard work.
Especially on this level. He was great with the pitching staff,
Yeah.
right? Talking to them, keeping them in the right frame of mind. That's hard work. You know, he's part psychiatrist,
Yeah.
part catcher,
Yeah.
right? He does it all, and he's done a
Yeah.
fantastic job with it.
All right, guess who I think we're seeing now?
Who's that?
Aroldis Chapman. And I'm not going to lie, sometimes, Mr. Chapman, you gave me a little heartburn, but you got us through it.
The roller coaster ride himself.
Absolutely.
Right? Hey, listen,
Yeah.
it was always going to be interesting. It wasn't always going to work out in your favor. But again, think about Aroldis Chapman. When the biggest games came up, right? He may have given up a home run, but he finished out a game.
Yeah.
Later, he comes in, gets through an inning
Yeah.
in that shutout, closeout game.
yes.
Are you kidding me?
I know.
Right?
I know. He
When
stepped
everyone
up
was
when we needed him to.
when everyone was holding on to everything they could
Yes.
when he came in the game,
Yeah.
he absolutely got it
Yeah.
done. Hey, we got Evan Carter.
Oh, Evan.
Let's talk about Evan Carter,
Yes.
the little savior, dubbed by his teammates.
Absolutely.
Because when he came into this group late in the season, they were struggling.
They were. Yeah.
And a lot of them went to him and said, we need you.
Yeah.
And he stepped up, and he has showed poise beyond his years, and it has been fun to watch that young man develop. Quick story about Evan Carter. After they swept the D-Rays, I talked to Evan Carter, and I said, all right, y'all won this round. How far can you go? We can win the whole thing. Why not?
Wow.
That great youthful exuberance was fantastic.
Totally. From Elizabethton, Tennessee, I had a chance to talk to his high school baseball coach, and he told me, he believed always that if Evan Carter was able to sneak into a lineup at some point, he would not be out of the lineup, and that's what happened. Garcia went down, Evan Carter came up, and he became a key piece of this lineup, and he never got out of it.
No doubt. And here's the fun part for these players, right? They get to enjoy this with some of their best buds, you know, people they spend more time with than their family, their fellow players, and now they get to interact with the fans as they roll through.
Yeah.
And they see this incredible reception
Right.
that they're getting. It's the gratitude that you get at this time that's really cool for those guys. I mean, they put so much into it because I do believe, you know, all these professional athletes put a lot of work into it, but 162 games, you are held accountable
Totally.
when they're
Yeah.
regular season games. You know, basketball's 82, right? When you talk about hockey, same thing. Football, obviously, brutal sport, not as many games, but being held accountable 162 times a season, it is hard work.
Absolutely. And you can just imagine the hard work that goes into the season. Today, It's fun. That's
Yes.
all it is today, is just sheer joy and excitement and fun, and this is the payoff.
Yeah, it's unbridled joy.
I know,
Right? They get
I
to see it
know.
on the fans' faces.
Totally,
They get to see it on the
totally.
teammates' faces.
Yeah.
And we get to see all of it. We get to bring it to you.
Yeah.
So it's pretty fun for us, too. I mean, listen, I didn't grow up a Rangers fan, but I'm in the vibe
Joe,
right now,
I
and
did.
I'm
You
loving
know
it.
that.
You did. I didn't know that. So, listen, it's a ton of fun, and they're rolling through right now. And there's Travis Jankowski.
Oh,
Goodness gracious.
my.
When El Bombi goes down, here's a 9-year veteran who is a journeyman. He's bounced around from team to team. He worked his entire life for a World Series moment, and all he did was come in, get a couple of hits, knock in a couple of runs,
All he did.
score a couple of
Yeah.
runs. All he did, and it was incredible.
I've always thought Travis Jankowski is a scrappy player
Yep.
because, he's not flashy. He doesn't come in and do the things that El Bombi does or Corey Seager does. But Travis Jankowski is reliable. He shows up, and you feel like when he's in your lineup, okay, I think he's going to perform for us, and he always does. And he had a really great start to the season.
And he also had a great World Series, and no one would have blamed him
Yeah.
if he would have went 0 for 4.
True.
Nobody, right?
Yeah.
Your first experience, got to get your feet wet. No. He jumped right in, grabbed the bull by the horns, and he did his best El Bombi impersonation without getting the home run.
Exactly.
Right? Did everything but get the dramatic home run.
And maybe without the biceps.
Yes, that's a great point. That's a great point. The other thing about Jankowski, and like a lot of the Rangers in that locker room, he's a glue guy.
Yeah.
He's a glue guy. He knows his role.
Yeah.
He understands his role. He doesn't try and overstep his role, and he was ready
Yeah.
when his role needed to be counted on.
Absolutely. Robbie Grossman was that same way as well.
Yes.
Whenever we needed these guys to come in and do what we asked them to do, they performed. They were up for the challenge.
We're talking about between 500,000 and 700,000 people who are getting satisfied right now because they're getting what they want. Their team is rolling by them, having a blast, enjoying this sun-kissed day.
It's a perfect day. A perfect day for a parade.
Doesn't get much better than this, Teresa.
I know. And this is a journey that started April 21st, 1972. That was the first game for these Texas Rangers here in Arlington the entire time. Turnpike Stadium is what we called it way back when. Arlington Stadium. Then we played in the ballpark. Then it became Globe Life. And now we have the new Globe Life. It's been an incredible journey that these fans have been on. I'm one of them. I wasn't around in 72, but I came just a few short years after that. Although I think Mark Istook earlier said he's only been a fan for 29 years. If you've been a fan 29 years, Mark, I think I've been a fan for 27.
There you go.
We're going to undercut it.
No, bring that down. Yeah,
So
21.
let's just say many, many, many years
21.
beyond that.
Since we're telling lies, let's make them that much more fun. All right, Mark and Izzy, back to you guys.
Not a day over 25 years, Teresa. I wouldn't buy it for a second.
They were talking about Adolis Garcia El Bombi. He is from Cuba. He defected in 2016. And Max Scherzer, let's talk about Max Scherzer because he's coming by right now.
That's right. Well, and boy, what a postseason he had. Obviously, battling back from the injury that sidelined him for the tail end of the season, able to get back on this postseason roster. Then, of course, he was injured again, but a guy who's just seen a lot of postseason success, and now he gets another ring to add to his total. Man, that guy, so much fun to watch pitch, and so much energy he brings to that staff. And just another one of those great stories as those players are now finally rewarding these fans for coming out here last night.
And really a tremendous pitcher, a tremendous player, born in St. Louis. His Mad Max is his nickname. The Rangers traded Scherzer at the trade deadline this year. And who's up next?
John Gray, who we saw give us some meaningful innings in this World Series. A guy who also had his own injury issues that he dealt with this year, but he bounced back and helped claim this title.
It's just been a terrific postseason. So many hero moments for so many of these players. John Gray passing by. He grew up in Oklahoma. He played baseball for Eastern Oklahoma State College, the University of Oklahoma. Married, like we said earlier, to his not high school sweetheart, but his middle school sweetheart, Jacqueline.
So, before the season began, I do an On the Mark segment each week during football season. I talk about the Cowboys. We decided, let's mix it up. We'll do an On the Mark about Rangers opening day. And during that segment, we heard from the Irrational Rangers fan. And I was trying to talk some sense into him and tell him, you know what, this is a team that it's been a roller coaster, history that they have dealt with, especially in recent years. I wasn't on board. The irrational Rangers fan, though, was. He said this is going to be our year, and he mentioned some of the reasons why. John Gray was one of them. It ended up being an entirely different cast of characters that I think contributed most to the Rangers' wins. But he was right when he said, you know what? This is going to be our year. And for players like Andrew Heaney and the rest of the roster, it absolutely was. So kudos to the irrational Rangers fan. He predicted this when this season all began.
And Andrew Heaney started 3 games this postseason and was the winning pitcher in Game 4 of the World Series. We just saw Scherzer pass by as well. Max Scherzer did a tremendous job this postseason.
Well, and again, you have a guy like that, a veteran with experience playing playoff baseball, pitching in the pressure cooker that is the postseason. It's just a different environment. It is so different than a random game in June or August, if you will. You've got every pitch that matters, and you're playing against a team that is trying just as hard as you are to win that game. And, it's 162 games. It's hard to bring that intensity, but when you're playing a 3 or 5 or 7 game series, again, every at-bat matters, and we saw his excellence, his experience, not just when he was on the mound, but in his tutelage of those other pitchers as well.
And it's great seeing all of these players stroll by with their families, with their children, and seeing the Rangers fans react.
And they're reacting right now to Jacob deGrom. Again, that big free. Hey, love you too. Love you, fan. He was a huge free agent acquisition in the offseason for the Rangers. He had that big. He had the start on opening day. He was injured about a month or so into the season. You kind of thought, well, look, here we go again. Here go the dominoes not falling the Rangers' way. Lo and behold, he's a World Series champion when it's all said and done.
Number 48 having a blast there along the parade route. And they're throwing out beads. And, the fans are just going wild over these beads. Just anything that they can grab a hold of to remind them of this awesome day in November, this day that we celebrate our Texas Rangers.
Well, look, if you can take home a souvenir, that's great. If you can take home a souvenir that was thrown to you by one of these players, even better. So no surprise that of the 500,000 or so fans here, they are fighting for those precious souvenirs.
And how about all the fans who managed to catch a baseball this postseason?
That's pretty special. Like that woman who we profiled on our air who lives locally, who was in Arizona, or in Houston actually, took that baseball off the noggin. All right, we talked about Jose Leclerc earlier. There he is on our screen.
Number 25, born in Esperanza, Dominican Republic. Esperanza meaning hope in Spanish. He made the Rangers 2017 opening day roster out of spring training. The Rangers signed Leclerc to a 4-year contract extension in 2019. And here we are today. He is surrounded by family and friends, and I can only imagine soaking up this moment just as the rest of us.
Well, and what a cool opportunity, by the way, for those people who love and support these players. A 162-game season is a long, tough slog. And these guys go on road trips. They're gone for a long time. They're at spring training. This is not a 9-to-5 Monday through Friday job, and it requires not just a commitment from a player, but from their family and friends as well, whether it's mom and dad taking them into the ballpark when they're kids, if you are a spouse or a loved one that deals with it being away for a while, if you're the child of a big league ball player, you make some sacrifices too. So when it culminates in the celebration of a World Series victory lap, I think you're enjoying every single second of it.
And I want to give a shout out to all of the kids who managed to get a day off of school today. Glad you're here.
Yeah. Josh Boyd making his way around. Josh Boyd, of course, with the epic performance in that final game against the Diamondbacks. Coming in relief, Nathan Eovaldi, of course, had a masterful performance where he somehow managed to let guys on base and work his way out of jams inning after inning. But then Josh Morris comes in and throws the masterful performance that he did from the mound, gets the final out for the Rangers, the one that so many fans thought might never come, and a very special lap for him. I know Joe and Teresa, as we see these players make their way around the entertainment complex here in Arlington, it feels like the energy is only amping up, if you can believe it.
Yeah, I believe it, and I can't wait until that energy gets into this space.
I know.
Because it's a relatively enclosed space, and they're going to just blow this roof off. There's Jordan Montgomery. We talked a lot about him before. What a great performance he did. He and Nathan Eovaldi formed that really 1-2 punch in the Rangers starting rotation that helped them get this championship.
Yeah, and Jordan Montgomery was one, whenever we acquired him, some people were like, oh, okay, that sounds nice. And then, oh my goodness, nice became incredible, and nice became almost an ace for us.
And now he will be one of those pieces that you want to keep around, right?
Want to. Will we? Come on, Ray Davis.
Yeah, exactly. Listen, we talked about him opening up the pocketbooks. They're already open. Just keep letting it flow and keep racking up those championships.
Absolutely. Yeah, so we are covering this parade from many different angles. So you may see one player, then you may see him a little further down the route. But Joe and I are here at the Plaza at Texas Live, between Texas Live and Globe Life. And this is where the grand finale is going to happen, where when the players make their way, when they finish that parade route, they will come here. And this is where they will address the crowd. This is where we'll hear from them. I have no doubt we might be singing a little bit of Creed whenever they all get here.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be the entrance song,
doesn't it? You got it.
Once they take the stage, I fully believe that we will hear some Creed, and they will all eat it up. And dare I say, this crowd will be taken higher than they are right now.
I know, exactly, absolutely. Leody Taveras, man, that's another player who, we didn't know what we were going to get from Leody. He had great moments in the regular season. He had some struggles as well. And in the postseason, Leody, he showed up like the rest of them did.
Another player who found his best baseball when the moments were biggest.
Yes.
It's not supposed to happen this way, you guys.
I know, and that's why we're here, because it happened for all of them.
Yeah, it happened for so many of them, right? Leody lost his job in the outfield.
Yeah.
He did. And there he is. Big game Nathan Eovaldi. Come on now. World Series stalwart. Major League Baseball record holder 100%. Now. He's the only starter to win 5 games. 5 wins in the postseason as a starter. We've never seen it before. Unprecedented, just like this championship.
And so self-aware, too, because Nathan Eovaldi, after Game 5, he said, you know what, I didn't have my best stuff. And then look what I was able to do, though. He got us out of some big game. Nate got us out of big-time jams.
Nathaniel Lowe, speaking of Nate's, yet another great story in this postseason, one that really resonated with me because I was there in St. Petersburg when it was revealed that his mom is battling brain cancer, right? And I think I just heard that he might have a furry friend with him, so we got to love that.
Endears me even more.
Good dude.
Absolutely.
Great with the media. Make sure he gets the message across. Always willing to talk, always willing to be helpful to the media.
Yeah, and what a first baseman he's been for us. I mean, his defense has been really crucial. Nathaniel Lowe is not the name that you think of when you think of first baseman, but he has been incredible. His defense has been good, and he hits some home runs when we needed them.
Yeah, clutch home runs. And listen, he's a Gold Glover now, too.
Yeah.
And he's one of those guys who improved his craft. There he is.
Oh, boy.
El Bombi!
There we go.
Oh,
there
come
we
on.
go.
I know the crowd is. We've talked about the surges in the crowd and how they're engaged. I know they're going nuts when they see El Bombi.
I have said that until we won the World Series, the best sports moment I was ever able to witness in person was Game 1 when he hit that walk-off home run. What an incredible moment in Rangers history. That will forever be.
Another glue guy, Mitch Garver, came up big in the division series with that grand slam homer,
salami.
Creating another moment. That's right. Another guy who understands just what's going on and how fleeting this success could be, how incredible this success was. He told me the other day, he says, I'm usually watching this on TV, and I'm here. It's incredible.
We're here. Exactly.
And there's Jonah Heim. We talked about him as catcher, what he has done for this pitching staff, and we see him there with his family. Great family guy who's getting this thing done, helping this team be at its best. Hey, these Rangers are flying by. That's good news for us here in the Plaza because they're going to be here soon.
Absolutely. But Jonah Heim is the kind of guy, as just somebody who watches, who seems to be, again, very self-aware, very willing to talk about when they have a good moment and when they have a moment where they thought they could have improved upon. His wife, as I said earlier, posted on Instagram that at the beginning of their relationship, she asked about his goals in baseball. It was to play in the All-Star game and to be an All-Star or to win a World Series, and look what he's accomplished.
Incredible stuff there.
Yeah.
So it's great to hear. You brought up a very good point, Teresa. This team is really self-aware.
Yeah.
Really self-aware, but they do it in what I would call the right way. Because I was talking at length with Jonah Heim about the outside noise and the fact that no one, especially the national media pundits, no one expected this to happen.
Yeah.
There we see El Bombi, Adolis Garcia again. But no one on the outside expected this to happen, and he was very forthcoming. He said, Joe, we all know that.
Yeah.
And we don't care.
We don't care.
Because by and large, we don't buy into the noise.
Yeah.
And you hear that a lot, but I will counteract that with the fact that I also see a lot of professional athletes now mixing it up on Twitter and on social media, and absolutely being aware of all those naysayers out there. And there have been some of these young players I've tried to pull aside and say, hey, listen, you're going to get that. No matter what you do, who you are, what you look like, it's going to come your way. Forget that stuff. And Jonah Heim, who you're seeing right now, he told me, we don't care.
Listen to it.
And this is the result. This is what you can do. You can be your best self.
And they really proved their ability to shut the door on noise, to shut the door on disappointment throughout this postseason. I mean, when we had that Game 5 disappointment in the ALCS, I think a lot of us were worried we were going to go down to Houston and, there's no way we're going to be able to win two. And look what we did. And Marcus Semien is a huge reason why I believe this team has such maturity. I think that he and Corey Seager sort of set the tone. As you have said, many of them didn't celebrate that much during the regular season because, hey, we ain't done nothing yet. And then you get to the postseason, you have those huge moments where a Marcus Semien or a Corey Seager unleashes a little bit and runs around the bases, sort of, pumping themselves up. And I think that energy travels down to the dugout. During the regular season, hey, we're going to mind our own business, and in the postseason, show up and do it.
The other great thing about showing up and about Marcus Semien, he shows up every day.
Yeah.
He's a 162-game guy.
Unbelievable.
It's not easy. He's also the first guy to the ballpark. He's the guy that leads not only with quiet words to his teammates, not necessarily in the media, but he leads with his work ethic, and it's undeniable. And some of those other young players like a Josh Young, who you're seeing now, they buy into that, and they feed off of that, and they learn from that, and it makes them better, and it's obviously made this team better than the rest.
Without a doubt. What great examples for Josh Young and Evan Carter to follow when you see the man himself, Corey Seager, the MVP, World Series MVP for the second time. Unbelievable. You see Corey Seager, the way he goes about his business, that is a perfect way for Josh Young and for Evan Carter to model themselves.
That's right, and I think Semien and Seager, they put it together to start that. There you go. The MVP trophy, let's talk about it.
Oh, my word.
Because the names and the company that he joined by winning his second MVP, it makes my hair stand up. There are only 4 men in the history of Major League Baseball who own 2 of those MVP trophies. Sandy Koufax is one, Bob Gibson is another, and Mr. October himself, Reggie Jackson.
Dare we say we have a new Mr. October?
Listen, he's Mr. October 2.0. In fact, I looked at a side-by-side comparison of the two of them. Through their first 77 games in the postseason, Corey Seager has 19 homers. Reggie Jackson only had 18.
Incredible.
And they've got the same number of runs batted in. It's incredible how he's duplicated what Reggie Jackson did. And for those of us who are of my vintage, I remember looking at Reggie Jackson, seeing what he would do, and it was larger than life. And what he's doing for all the young people who love baseball here in North Texas, I suspect is just like it.
And Corey Seager, Marcus Semien, both relatively quiet, it seems like. I don't think Corey Seager really loves talking to the media. He knows it's part of his job. He knows he has to. But if you watch him when he does it, it's always talking about the team. He doesn't talk about himself. He's the World Series MVP. He's carrying that trophy, and he doesn't talk about himself. Marcus Semien, one of the keys to why we are here, to who we are, the Texas Rangers, Marcus Semien helped get us here, and they don't talk about themselves. They talk about the team.
Yeah, they always deflect it, which is great. And there you see Josh Young going by, and they're building the culture in this clubhouse because young players like Josh Young, who you're seeing, they follow it. Right? And they think it's important. And when you think about a guy like Semien, I had an interaction with him in the locker room the other day. Wait, before we get to that, Bruce Bochy with the trophy. Where that trophy deserves to be.
We believe in you, Boch.
That's it. Hang on to that trophy, Skip, and I want you to feel that trophy, and I want you to realize that you can win more. So you need to stick around, Skip. This has been a fun run, Skip.
Don't go anywhere.
Keep it going, Bruce Bochy. But, yeah, back to what I was saying about Semien. We had this interaction where he had done 5-10 minutes with a media scrum, but I wanted to try and grab him one-on-one. And knowing he doesn't do a whole lot of media, I was a little apprehensive, but I said, he's a pro's pro. Let me go up. And he said, hey, man, I'm here. Let's do it. And that's the thing. It's the accountability.
Absolutely.
It's understanding the responsibility. And that's who I think Marcus Simeon and Corey Seager are. And when you have those two with a guy like Bruce Bochy leading the way, the messages that permeate the clubhouse are all the right thing for young players to learn and become their best selves.
And think about Bruce Bochy. I mean, there was a point in Rangers history where we didn't love Bruce Bochy because in 2010 he beat us. He won the World Series with the San Francisco Giants in Arlington on our home turf. And here we are now. He's gotten us to where we are. I'm going to go ahead and say we wouldn't be in this spot without Bruce Bochy. I firmly believe that. He got us where we are today. He has endeared himself to the fan base here. We all love Bruce, but I truly also believe the impact he's had on that clubhouse forever. We'll never forget it.
He is that grandfatherly figure.
Yes, I know. You can't say fatherly to a lot of these young kiddos.
We would normally say that, but listen, it's kind of a joke, amongst them, and he knows it too. At one of the press briefings all the way back at the Wild Card Series, Bochy was talking, as you see him there, he was talking about the fact that, no, I'm not a fatherly figure. I know I'm a grandfatherly figure, but he sits around, he tells them stories, he knows how to relate with them because obviously, he was a player himself. I grew up watching him. He played with the Houston Astros back in the day, right? So he understands where they're coming from. He can still relate to them, and that's the importance. Because then when he brings the wisdom and the knowledge and hey, look at it this way. You might want to try this. In fact, let's try this, right? Because there's that relationship that he's built on solid ground. Man, it resonates with him, and it works.
And the mark of a great Texas Rangers manager is when the kids are going dressed as you at Halloween. And we saw that with Ron Washington back in 2010 and 2011, and we saw it this past Halloween because, of course, the Texas Rangers were playing baseball on October 31st. And so out in Phoenix, they had a Halloween trick-or-treat for some of the players' kids, and one of them came dressed up as Bruce Bochy with a little bit of, white coloring on her chin, and she had some glasses on. She was Boch.
Yeah, she was, and she wanted to be. And listen, that's the pull that a manager like that can have. And it's just fun to watch it play out this way because the work that Boch has gone into trying to cultivate these guys and the fact that it wasn't easy and that there were the hard times that they had to work through and they had to galvanize when things got tough. That's what makes it worth it.
And the idea that CY was able to bring Boch out of retirement, and Boch said, you know what? I like what you're selling. I like the way you're building this thing, and I think I'm going to come on board. He could have really just enjoyed retirement, coaching his granddaughter or grandson's T-ball team. But no, he said, I think I got another one in me.
And listen, when we talk about in Bochy we trust, this is tried and true. This has been years and years. Bruce Bochy has now won 15 of his last 16 postseason series. Those numbers are they're off the chart.
Yeah.
They're off the chart. You just don't see that kind of success, and you just know it's what comes from him. But on the flip side of that, he deflects all the praise. I asked him point blank about it, and he just said, no, it starts with the players. My assistant coaches do a great job, but it starts and ends with the players going out there and carrying out what we asked them to do. Josh Young, we see him there. He's been doing it for great stints. And the thing I want to talk about in terms of Josh Young was how during the postseason, he had his tough times.
He did.
But again, when World Series came around,
he stepped up.
He stepped back up, and it was just fun to see. And Ranger fans, I do want to say this because I can look forward to next season when I point back to some of those moments because they went through the tough times and came out with positivity. It's gonna be incredible for them moving forward. And there you see Corey Seager again, that MVP trophy we were talking about earlier. That was so well earned.
And you think about the youth among some of these players, like a Josh Young and an Evan Carter. Corey Seager's still young as well. Marcus Simeon now a dad. He just had a new baby. I mean, Marcus Simeon's wife was due, and here they go, you know what, we're going to go ahead and induce, so we're going to have this baby, and they had the baby before the ALCS began. He's now a dad of 3 boys and a little girl, and the families go along on this journey as well. Some of the guys, they're young, they're single, they're enjoying life, but some of these are dads, and they are baseball players during the day or at night when they're playing, and they are dads when they go home, and the families are on this journey as well. It's a sacrifice for them.
It is a sacrifice, and listen, he had his family with him throughout the entire run, and the kids were just bebopping behind him when he'd be done. And listen, that's not easy.
No.
But he still made it happen. And man, for him to come up big like he did near the end, something he'll never forget, just like he'll never forget sweet Adeline being born during this playoff run. All right, let's check in with Izzy and Mark right now. What's going on over there, you guys? Y'all having fun? I know you are.
class, Joe and Teresa. You should have been here when Adolis Garcia came by on the parade route and when Bruce Bochy came by. I mean, not just the manager of this team, the grandfather of this team.
Yeah, with the World Series trophy. This has been awesome. Now, the parade has kind of ended in our spot, so a lot of the fans are making their way back to their cars. But you can still hear they are amped up. They are excited because this excitement is continuing. I thought maybe we might see Creed, the band, make an appearance. Their song Higher was one that spurred so many of these Rangers on to victory. I have a feeling there's a lot of folks around here that are enjoying being higher of a different kind, but either way.
And we're watching Nathaniel Lowe right now, another player who has been so instrumental to the Texas Rangers here with, I believe, is his wife and his furry friend. He brought his dog. Okay, hello. I love people who love their dogs.
Member of the family.
And, all of these players will tell you that Bruce Bochy is a big reason why they are where they are today. But Bochy simply says that he is a byproduct, Mark, of what these Texas Rangers players did.
Well, and again, it felt like this team had that family vibe. And I know we see that a lot and we say that a lot, but it means something extra when it's your Texas Rangers. And I talked before about getting to watch this game with my eldest son, the final game against the Diamondbacks, the winning game. And the whole time he's bouncing around, he's throwing the ball in his glove, he's swinging an imaginary bat. He's amped up because he's so into this, and he knows the players, and he feels like he's a part of the team. And I think there's so many people here, 500,000 plus, who feel the same way.
And it's been really nice watching these Rangers really interacting with everyone who came out to cheer them on. I mean, they've been cheering with them, they've been blowing them kisses, they've been raising up their arms. Nathaniel Lowe, the number 30, he's had a lot of fun with all of the Rangers fans out here today.
Live it up. You've earned it.
I mean, and he's...
Yeah.
Okay, our producer just came in our ear to remind us that we're not going anywhere because guess what? We still have a ceremony, an on-stage ceremony where we can't wait to hear what these Rangers players have to say. And I'm curious, Mark, what do you think? Will any of them sing We Are the Champions?
Oh, you might hear that. You might hear some Creed, as we alluded to before. You might hear some players talk about, hey, let's run it back. Let's see if we can do another one of these. And as you heard Joe mention earlier, this is a team that is built to succeed. This was a team that was really, by a lot of people's estimation, built to win it all next year. So if you see what they've done this year and you think, hey, listen, if we bring back the bulk of this roster, a couple of great signings, a couple of good draft picks, maybe some call-ups from the minors, who knows what this team could pull off next year?
Can you believe we waited 52 seasons for this? More than 50 years for this moment.
I mean, as of right now, it feels like 50 what?
I know.
It's all in the past. The past is prologue as we got here to celebrate with 500,000 or so of our closest
But the
friends.
past got us to where we are today. Mayor Jim Ross wants everyone here today to soak this moment in. Here in the city of Arlington, that is also a city where dreams come true. Police Chief Al Jones has done a terrific job with security out here today. We've seen officers all over the place making sure that this has been a very safe event as well.
Yeah, fun and family-friendly for everybody, and we've been able to enjoy our team coverage this morning. We started at 11 o'clock. It's coming up on, it's just a little bit past 2 right now.
No wonder I'm hungry.
We mentioned that the parade was making its way back in front of the ballpark over by the Nolan Ryan statue. They've got a big stage set up there, so before too long we will take that event when it kicks off, when we hear from, I imagine, team owners, GMs, players, the coach, etc. But Joe and Teresa have been hanging out there for a while. It's a big setup. It's, I'm sure, heating up as we get ready for really what is kind of the main event after the parade, guys.
Absolutely. And we have a lot of fans who have been here for hours, because I know, Joe, when I showed up somewhere in the 8 o'clock hour this morning, there were already people lining sort of the perimeter. They were trying to get the closest spots to the rally side. So just to sort of give you the lay of the land, Texas Live is just to our left. Globe Life is right behind us. This is the plaza. That Nolan Ryan statue that Mark mentioned is right beside us. And this is where the grand finale is going to happen, Joe.
Yeah, and I can't wait for it. And listen, I got to give a shout out to, I'm going to call them my front row fans.
Oh, my gosh.
Because people who are on the front row, I mean, listen, you guys, they've literally been standing there for like 7 and 8 hours.
Yes.
And the payoff, though, I think is going to be absolutely worth it when their heroes get up there on that stage and share what it feels like to grab that championship and share what it feels like to hold on to that commissioner's trophy like Teresa did the other night. After everything was done, we went back on the field and everything, and we saw the trophy, and we figured it out.
Wait, I don't know if Joe figured it out. Joe saw the trophy, and he said, we're going to go hold that trophy. We made our way over there, and we did.
I said, listen, you don't often get this close, and you don't know the next time when this might come around. So I surveyed the situation, made sure that it was appropriate, and it was appropriate enough. So
yes.
I got a chance to take some pictures with the trophy, and then I really just grabbed it so I could hand it to Teresa. I just wanted to see her face when she got a chance to take some pictures with that trophy.
Thrill of a lifetime.
I was going to say, where would you rank that moment, Teresa?
I mean, the fact that I held the trophy moments after it had been in the clubhouse with the players celebrating with it. I don't know, Joe. I mean, you made it happen, and I will be forever indebted to you to make that moment happen. But as a fan, as someone who has cheered for this team forever, and I'm not going to lie, at moments said it's never going to happen for my Rangers. I'm still going to love them no matter what, but they're just going to keep letting me down. To have had that moment, priceless.
Yeah, 52 years as the Rangers, but 63 years as a franchise dating back all the way to the Washington Senators. And I do think that kind of played into what happened after 2011, and you can get those forlorn feelings.
Oh, absolutely.
I go back to the fan base of the New Orleans Saints, another place where I covered and am a fan of that team. There were times when people were like, never going to happen.
No, exactly.
Never going to happen,
exactly.
you know.
Trash bags over the heads in the stands. Yeah.
And the ain'ts and all that kind of thing. And listen, there was some symmetry in terms of that and what this fan base had went through, especially with the heartbreak of 2011. But the only reason I say that and the only reason I bring it up is because it wouldn't feel this good to these, more than 500,000 fans today if they didn't go through that.
I know.
Right?
It's true.
Right?
It's true.
The past makes you stronger, and boy, does it ever make this success sweeter. Interesting thing that's going on right now, right? I believe the parade has passed the beginning.
Yeah.
We are seeing the swell of people who are, some of them running right now to try and get as close as they can to the front of the plaza.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's probably 1,000 people right now rushing to try and get to the plaza. It's really cool, and the payoff will be a lot cooler. But watching them hustle to check out their fans, I'm down with that. I like a little hustle.
So the parade route went around. They came out of the south side of Globe Life. It went around by AT&T Stadium, then up where the Medal of Honor Museum is being constructed, then around the old stadium, now called Choctaw. We all still call it maybe Globe Life or the ballpark in Arlington, and then back around to the entrance to the new park. And so, as folks have seen the players who have come past them, they're making their way this way. But you know what's very nice is that the Rangers organization has set up different viewing sites, and so we know not everybody's going to be able to get close enough to see Corey Seager and Marcus Semien up close and personal. But there are different stages where they've got big screens out there for everybody to be able to watch it whenever this rally does begin.
All right, and listen, there's so much fun with these parades. In fact, we've seen Tom Brady go overboard after he celebrates championships. I don't know how far Nathaniel Lowe's going to go, but apparently he's having fun, getting after it with some suds.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, moderation's great.
Absolutely.
I don't know how much moderation there'll be today, but moderation is great, people.
Well, I don't know how much moderation there was in the clubhouse the other night, but they deserved it. These guys work hard during the season. They are called on day in, day out. They got to behave themselves. I mean, I know I've heard stories of in the old times people coming to the ballpark a little hungover. Babe Ruth may have done that a few times.
A few.
But I will say it seems as though these guys really hold themselves to a high standard during the season. Let loose, guys.
Yeah.
You did it.
Yeah,
you deserve it.
You deserved it. Along those lines, it was really interesting to hear Bruce Bochy. I saw him on ESPN talking about the fact that night they won the championship, he was going to keep up with the boys. He was going to show them what he could do.
You know what? If he did keep up with them the other night, he may still be hurting today.
Well, he did earlier today say he was feeling it a little bit.
Running out of gas.
He was running on empty. I certainly understand that. I
Who
get
can blame him?
No doubt. Let it go because again, you don't know when we're going to be here again, although I will reiterate, man, if you're a Texas Rangers fan, this is the best place to be. You're a champion, and you can see the possibility of more down the road. And that's not, that's not thinking about it in terms of, oh, it could be. If all these things fall into place, if we do better in free agency, if we get a couple of players to, overachieve. No. You've got players who are actually potentially going to be better as they continue to grow in their roles.
Absolutely.
And I'm thinking about Evan Carter and Josh Young.
Yeah.
And you think about guys like Leody Taveras, who had that great run, who might look at themselves and say, listen, I am an everyday player, and I can do this on a sustained level. And all this confidence grows, and success begets success. It's the oldest cliche you hear, but I'm sorry, it's true.
Yeah, and you mentioned Josh Young, and I think a lot of us, we all will forever miss Adrian Beltre at third base. Adrian Beltre is a Hall of Famer. It's going to happen. But you see Josh Young and the defense he was able, the level he was able to perform at when it came to defense, and I really think he's a star in the making if he's not already a star. He is an incredible third baseman, and we are going to lean on him for the foreseeable future, and he is up to the task, I have no doubt.
No, and again, like I was saying before, he's learning from some of the best role models you can have in Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, so he takes that with him. And then when you add to that the fact that he was able to come out of some struggles and regain success. Yeah. I won't get too far in the weeds in terms of baseball here, but I'll just say this. He was struggling hitting the curveball, the breaking balls. He was struggling mightily doing it. And, sometimes with a young player like that.
Took advantage of that.
Oh, they did.
Yeah.
And sometimes a young player might not get out of that, right? They might not be able to come back from that, but he did, and he found success, and it was incredible. And in a few minutes, I suspect his teammates are going to make him get up there. He might be one of the reluctant ones who might not want to do it and say, oh, I'm just a rookie, but he's one of the ones that the veterans say, get up there, get up there.
Go
That's
rookie.
right, exactly. Do your thing. So that rally, it's wow. Okay, just to reset and tell you what's going on right now. The rally will be here as soon as the parade is over. That's when we get to hear from GM Chris Young, Bruce Bochy, and selected players. We're at the plaza that's in between Texas Live and Globe Life Field. But right now, there are probably 8,000 more people than there were 3 minutes ago.
Yeah.
So this is going to be fun.
They've left the parade route, and they're coming over to try to catch a glimpse of this rally, which was estimated to start in the next few minutes. It's hard to know exactly how long it's going to take everybody to get organized and make it up on the stage. But don't worry, we're going to bring you that rally start to finish as soon as it begins. Joe and I are here for the duration. We're not going anywhere. And frankly, I don't want to go anywhere. I just want to keep talking about our world champion Texas Rangers.
Why would you? It's the best of days. It's championship day.
I know.
It is the Texas Rangers World Series victory parade. They're going to punctuate it. They're going to have a big exclamation point on it here at the rally.
Joe, I talk about it from a fan perspective and how long this day wasn't coming. How long have you been with WFAA?
I've been here this is my 21st year.
Okay. So you've covered this team for 21 years now. You grew up in Texas as well, so you watched. But as somebody who's covered the team, and you've seen the struggles, and you've seen the highs and the lows, can you really even fathom that we are here now?
No, I've been transparent. I didn't have this team getting here.
I
thought this team was going to be improved. I thought this team was going to build the foundation to be here one day.
Right.
I thought this team was on that upward arc, which is all positive and all great. But for them to be here today is unfathomable. It is, and that's the best part about it if you're a fan. I was telling somebody the other day, walk down the street, find $100. That's how Texas Rangers feel. It's found money. You weren't expecting that, but you find it, you put it in your pocket.
Exactly.
See if it's not somebody's who's around there and there's nobody around and you get to keep it.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's the best.
It is the best. It is the best. And there are an estimated 500,000 to 700,000 folks who have been out watching this parade, now coming down here to the plaza between Texas Live and Globe Live, awaiting this rally where we know we're going to hear from some of your absolute favorites. There's no doubt. We're, of course, going to see Marcus Semien and Corey Seager and Bruce Bochy, but Evan Carter, too. They're going to be up on this stage soaking it all in. And this is the moment that I hope that those players are able to say, wow, they really do love us. And I know they feel that. I know they feel that when they're playing and they hear, 40,000 folks inside Globe Life cheering. But on a day like this, when you see this giant crowd, I would be I think if I was one of them, I would be speechless at realizing maybe what I mean to this community.
I think they have those feelings, Teresa, but this is the physical manifestation of
exactly,
it. Right?
Yeah,
this is when it becomes real, and you can see it, and you can sense it, and you can hear it.
Yeah.
This crowd's going to be nuts. And then all that love, right, is going to be focused on that stage right behind us, just a few feet. And again, moments you don't forget.
No.
That's the point we're at, and that's why this is the best.
Yeah. And again, Joe and I keep looking over to our right because this is an area that had some folks, and there's just a slight incline, and so you can kind of see it, but it has just filled in. I mean, there are thousands of people who, again, have left that parade route, and they're coming over here for just a little glimpse of the rally, maybe to be able to see. They've got some big screens set up over there, and so there's a whole lot of people who are now making their way in over here to watch this rally.
Yeah, it's. I just look around and I get goosebumps.
I do too. I do too. And I said it earlier, and this is, I mean, I don't know how many more thousands there are now than when I first pulled in this morning around 8 o'clock or so. And I mean, I got emotional because you think back again on the lean times, and you think back on being a kid and cheering for this team, and people would sometimes look at you and be like, "Why are you a Rangers fan?" You know? And here we are. We made it. We made it to the mountaintop, and I'm just so excited to be a part of an energy that's just unlike anything else. We're celebrating today. Sports is something that takes your mind off of sometimes the junk that's happening in our world, and there's a lot of junk, and it brings you together, and it gives you just something to be. It's communal, and baseball especially is communal, and you feel it through generations, and here we are celebrating a day like no other that Arlington, Texas has never seen before, and we're doing it together.
And we're getting a good look now because you have an aerial view of all the people who are starting to flock to the rally now, and it's just amazing to see. All these faces who will get a chance to get a peek and hear from, most importantly, hear from all of their heroes. They'll get to hail their heroes in a way that you don't often get to do.
No, and you know what? I'm seeing some signs around the crowd that are making me laugh, but one of my favorite, the hashtag for this entire postseason was Go and Take It, and we went and took it. And there's a few signs I see that say went and took it, and I love that. And then there was another one earlier that said, I want a man who hypes me up as much as Austin Hedges hypes up this team. I mean, it's so much fun, and the fans are along for the ride. And again, this has been, baseball it's a long journey. It's a long journey. And so to celebrate and know that the players can take a breath and enjoy. And there's not a game to get ready for tomorrow. It's just the off season, and it's time to relax and have fun. They're having fun, and we're having fun with them.
Yeah, and I talked before about knowing your role, understanding your role, and the fact that all these Rangers players have embraced their role. It even includes a guy like Austin Hedges.
Absolutely.
Right? Because we were joking the other day, he had that one at-bat in the World Series. It might be the worst at-bat you'll ever see in the World Series. But because his teammates essentially blew out the other team, he got to play. One. But then after that, he always embraces that role of hype man.
Absolutely.
Whenever anything happens, the cameras find him because Austin is going to be locked in, making sure that he gives love to his teammate. And then it was really funny the other day after he didn't have to bat after the game winning run. They showed a shot of him like running and throwing his bat down because he didn't have to bat again in that game, in that same game, and it made him really happy as well.
He's the source of some good memes out there as well.
So we're gonna hail the heroes and also give props to those role players as well.
Austin Hedges, I believe, had said he wanted to be a Texas Ranger, so he saw something special in this organization. He knew that this was an organization that had the right pieces, and here he comes along just a couple of months ago, and as you said, maybe he wasn't a key part of what happened on the field, but I have no doubt in the clubhouse he was an incredible teammate. And again, we talk about chemistry, and he's part of that.
He is absolutely a big part of it, right? He's part of that glue that holds it together. Because when you do have to drudge through that long season, you need energy from a lot of different sources. And a guy like that just brings energy to the room, and he helps bring guys up. And he also has, brought the word chaps kind of back into our consciousness. I don't know if he's done it in the best way.
I don't know.
But he has brought it back. And listen, I mean, they're Rangers. It hails back to, not the way he does it per se, or they say he does it. I don't think Cowboys did it back then that way.
I don't know either.
I don't know either.
Yeah. In case you're not familiar, Austin had just said he was going to wear chaps and nothing under them.
And apparently, I don't think this is urban legend. I think there might be some truth to the fact that he might do that every now and again in the clubhouse. And there is, and again, I cannot confirm this because I am not allowed in the clubhouse during this time. There is some talk about at some of those times he would write the number of games left to win a championship somewhere that his teammates could see it. And I'll leave it at that.
In a place where the sun don't shine.
Yeah, exactly. So listen, Austin Hedges, here's to you, buddy.
Yeah.
There's your, I don't know if we could talk a whole lot more about Austin and all that stuff, but Austin, that's for you, my man.
But he's
that's
a hype man. And, you think of the other guys who were quiet about it. Marcus Simeon, Corey Seager. I think of those, just the difference in the clubhouse, but it takes all kinds. It's kind of like working in any business. It takes all kinds. You need the people who are loud. You need the people who are excited. You need the people who just come to work and do their job every day. And that's what they have inside the Rangers organization, and it's the perfect match.
And I think in terms of that, El Bombi and Corey Seager.
Yeah.
Think about how different those two individuals come off, right?
Yeah.
But when they get together and do what they do and celebrate each other, it is absolutely amazing what can happen. And it's going to be some amazing minutes, amazing moments, amazing speeches coming your way very soon.
We are super excited about it. We're going to take a quick break. Let us catch our breath. Let you take maybe a bathroom break or go to grab some popcorn or a soda. But the rally is coming up, everybody, so don't go away. Our coverage continues right after this.
Well, even though things at the main stage are heating up, they have quieted down a little bit from our position, Izzy, as we have watched all the fans either migrate to that stage or maybe try to get home in time for dinner tonight.
Welcome to our live coverage of the 2023 World Series Victory Parade here in the city of Arlington. Tens of thousands out here today. In fact, Arlington Fire Department telling us between 500,000 and 700,000 people came here to cheer on the World Series champions Texas Rangers. And one man who we know is watching from heaven would be Dr. A. Wick Alexander. His son, Dr. Moody Alexander, texted me just a few minutes ago to say Daddy attended his last Rangers game in 2021. He was on the city council, Mark, back in 1971 when Tom Vandergriff made the deal to get the Texas Rangers here in Arlington.
I love those little threads of history, all those people affected by the team over the years.
Yes.
And we've talked about a lot of the players that have been part of the Rangers' history, their story since the team came here as the Washington Senators all those years ago. And I was thinking about some of the broadcasters and the reporters who've covered this team, and I just kind of sketched out a little list, but folks like Emily Jones-McCoy, Gil Eberton, Mac Engel, Evan Grant, Chuck Cooperstein, Eric Nadel, Mark Holtz, Jamie Newberg, Norm Hitzges, Randy Galloway, we did the story on him, Dale Hansen. So many folks who have to be celebrating this win and just kind of basking in the glow, because when you cover a team like this day in and day out, as much as you try to be an objective journalist, you want to provide just the facts, it is so hard not to get sucked in and root for this band of players, whether it's the 2023 version, the 1983 version, the 1996 version, whichever team you covered, you want to see them win. You want to see it for the fans and all those folks who have spent so much time pulling for the day that finally came.
And you are looking at live pictures from above and from the ground. Look at that sea of Texas Rangers fans who are now waiting for really what's probably going to be the best moment of this parade. And it is the public ceremony that is planned here in just a few minutes, right next to Texas Live, where we hope to hear from Rangers players, from Bruce Bochy, from Chris Young, just all of the people who have been so instrumental in getting the Texas Rangers this World Series moment, the first ever in franchise history. 52 seasons Rangers fans have waited for, and the moment has arrived.
And we're not done yet. There's still plenty more to look forward to today, although at our spot it has quieted down. So here's an opportunity to ask you, Cynthia, what has been your favorite moment of this day so far?
My favorite moment of this day today, by far, has been all of the people who I got a chance to talk with, and they were all singing their praises about the men you are looking at right now, your World Series champions, Texas Rangers, and talking to the children who are here with their parents about being a part of this history-making moment. Look, you see that child on that Rangers' shoulders. I mean, it's just been about the people. I know that we want to celebrate the players, but for me, it's about celebrating Rangers fans.
I'll say for me, and I don't want to get too deep here, but it's been a joyous day. Hanging out with 500,000 new friends. Look, this is a world that sometimes feels like it is as divided as ever. Political polarizations, stories that make your heart break day in and day out. This was a day of joy. It's a day when a lot of fans came together to celebrate something that they all loved. It was a day to recognize the people that came before us, who introduced us to this beautiful game. A day to work with some of our colleagues we don't get to every single day because we work opposite day parts.
Great to see you.
Just a day to put a smile on your face and head into a weekend celebrating the Rangers.
You know what Chris Lawrence, my partner in the evening, said that last night, Mark, how sports really have a way of putting things into perspective, that at the end of the day, we have so much more in common and we are so much more unified than sometimes we remember to talk about and to keep in mind.
You need those reminders every now and then, don't you?
We do, and Texas Rangers winning the World Series is a great way. And I think you mentioned something that was important earlier today. Did you notice just how nice and kind everyone was today?
I was shocked. Let me tell you.
No one really got
you
out
get
of
so
hand.
used to, look, we're not that far south of 30. I've had some people throw me some inappropriate hand gestures on that freeway before. You start to think that that's how everybody acts, but not today.
You ask about my favorite moment today. I'll have to say my favorite moment about this World Series postseason, for me, was Game 1 of the World Series last Friday when Adolis Garcia hit that walk-off homer in the 11th inning. And you talk about that incredible moment. It was so electric.
Well, I'll tell you, on the backside of that, a lot of people said, hey, this was the greatest moment in North Texas sports history. And I thought, oh, let's not jinx anything. I don't want that to come in a losing effort. But it's a lot easier to look back on that game with even more fond memories, given how that series turned out.
Yeah, and we are looking at Texas Rangers players right now. We're waiting for them to take the stage to really talk to Rangers fans and tell them what's on their heart and tell them what's on their minds. There's a little baby there on his dad's shoulders, and I don't know, I'm kind of hoping for a Dirk moment maybe, where we hear someone singing a certain song.
I'd place my odds on that for sure. But I'm sure for a lot of those players as well, they are ready to get their speeches done and go rest and relax. A well-earned vacation, I think, after this World Series. They could use it for sure. And we're going to hear from them momentarily. We're waiting for them to take the stage. But, boy, what a run it's been. 162-game season, then you add the postseason on top of it. It has been a marathon, not a sprint.
You know, I want to talk about you talk about my favorite moment today, and it's been talking with the fans, and we've had so many of them. And Mark, I can't tell you how many people got teary-eyed talking to me about the person who introduced them to the Texas Rangers and that person who is no longer here, but that they know that person is watching from heaven. One of those people that I talked to today was Nancy Gutierrez. She said that she has been waiting for a Texas Rangers championship for 45 years, and so did her husband, Chano, who unfortunately passed away last year. But she said that she knows that he is jumping up in heaven, cheering on his Rangers, and probably cracking open a Budweiser as well.
Those kind of stories are what make being a fan of this team that much more special. And I talked about before the number of fans who, let's be honest, jumped back on the bandwagon this past year. There's plenty of room. This is Texas. We do things big here.
Yeah.
We make big bandwagons, and now is as good a time as any to get on this team's bandwagon and get ready for next year after we celebrate the year that was. I mentioned that I think that this championship is less about today as it was about yesterday and all those teams and fans and players that came before. But I imagine once we're wrapped up today, all eyes are on tomorrow because I feel like this team is not done yet.
Aroldis Chapman, number 45, Cuban-born. Did you know that his father was a boxing trainer?
No surprise there because it looks like athletic genes are in his blood.
Yeah, and a friend of Chapman's, actually was the one who introduced him to baseball back when he was 15 years old. He started at first base before the coach then moved him to the pitcher position. Another fan we're looking forward to hearing from, Adolis Garcia, El Bombi, who is also from Cuba. He defected in 2016. And some of you might be wondering where he gets the nickname El Bombi. Well, again, from his childhood. A friend of his thought that his head was shaped like a light bulb.
Okay.
And bombilla is light bulb in Spanish, short for bombilla.
Also, he hits big bombs. So in a poor translation, it works either way.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of big heads, we were talking about this earlier. Bruce Bochy has a very large head. And you can actually read about this at WFAA.com. I mean, he really does. His hat size is quite literally off the chart. 8 1/4. The official MLB team shops don't offer sizes above an 8.
Well, you got to wrap that big brain in something, right?
Yes.
So, Joe and Teresa, we mentioned it's gotten quieter at our spot because the big crowds have migrated to where you are. The players have gotten off the trucks. They're getting ready for their swan song, the finale today, and I'm sure you guys are counting down the seconds.
Oh, we are. Can you imagine? That the energy around here is going to go even higher off the charts? I can't believe it, but it's going to.
And we have got a special guest with us, and I know a person who has soaked in all these moments.
Oh, my gosh.
The great Tom Grieve with us now. Tom, let's just start with that moment when Josh Sborz gets that final strikeout and your Texas Rangers win that championship. What went through your mind, Tom?
I felt the joy that our fans feel. There was a time where I said to myself, thank goodness. It was almost like a relief.
Yes.
No one can say the Rangers came close, but they could never win the big one. And I just got kind of an overwhelming feeling that even though it was these players that won, all of us that came before,
Yes, Tom, yes.
and not just the players, but all these people out here. And it didn't really hit me until I drove around for the parade and saw the joy in the fans' faces, that you realize, even though we might look at it a little bit differently because we have worked for the team, what's inside in your heart is the exact same thing. And the unabashed joy that the fans had, you just say to yourself, thank goodness we won, because every time you go out to the grocery store, every time you go to the movies, every time you go to a restaurant, someone might recognize you and say, you guys are world champions. And you just can't describe how good that feels.
It's never going to get old. It's never going to get old to hear that, is it?
No, just like when we lost in 2011, I don't care if we win 10 straight, You'll never forget that heartbreaking moment.
Yes.
And that's the same with this.
You'll never forget the
never
joy.
Gonna forget this.
I hope you can see the unabashed joy on my face as well as a lifelong fan.
I can.
So were you good? Were you in Phoenix when it happened?
No.
So where were you? Where were you watching?
I was watching at home with my wife,
Oh.
who actually, over the last couple of months, has become a more ardent baseball fan than I am.
I like it. That's what can happen, right?
I told her one time, look, we're behind. I'm getting nervous. I'm switching the station. I'm going to watch a movie. And she said, no, we're watching this game. So, okay.
It happens to Mr. Ranger, too. I love it. I love it. That's fantastic. I do want to talk about where this organization is now, Tom, because they're set up for future success as well. Can you talk about the moments that all these fans are experiencing and these players are experiencing, what it means projecting forward?
Well, when you project it forward and you look at the core of our team, the veteran players, they're not 40 years old. These guys are 30 years old. They're going to be here for a long time. But to me, I mean, that's exciting. Seager, Garcia, Semien, the core of our team. But then when you look at the young players we got a kid that we drafted last year named Langford, who was our number one draft choice. They say he's just as good as these other young players. So you've got a blend of veteran players with younger players who are going to get better. As long as our pitching continues to develop, there's no reason in the world that we can't continue to be a strong contender.
And that's what I was saying earlier. You know, you think everybody talks about Evan Carter and Josh Young, but you got Leody Taveras and Jonah Heim and Nathaniel Lowe. This core of players who are younger and only going to develop and get better. So there are certainly brighter days ahead for this.
Well, we went into Baltimore, and they talked about how great Baltimore's young players are. And their best player is Adley Rutschman, their catcher. Our catcher is Jonah Heim, who most people around baseball don't even know. Jonah Heim was a better catcher than Adley Rutschman this
Absolutely.
year. He almost knocked in 100 runs. He's up for a Gold Glove. And so people don't even talk about him. And that same kind of player is the best player on a team that won 100 games. So that tells you what kind of team we have.
That's right.
So is Tom Grieve calling it? Is it going to be back-to-back? Are you calling it right now?
I'm not going to call back-to-back. But what I am going to call is that we should, and what the goal of our team is. You can't say your goal is, we're going to win a World Series every year. But what you can say is, in September, we're going to be a strong contender with a chance to win every year. Not just win now, go back down, try to get back up, but just like the Astros, that's what your goal is. You can't win every year. They haven't won every year. They've won twice, but they're always there.
Always in the conversation.
That's what we're trying to become.
Well, listen, this has been fantastic. I appreciate you giving us some time. I know you got to grab your seat for the rally, but congratulations, man. I know you've been waiting for this day a long time.
I'd rather sit here and talk than have to listen to this music.
And that, my friend, is a mic drop. Thanks so much, Tom. Appreciate the time. There he is, Tom Grieve, Mr. Ranger himself. Not a fan of house music, apparently.
No.
That was fantastic.
I think it's been good music, but I guess, it is a little loud.
Yeah.
But they're hyping up the crowd.
And the crowd is loving it. They are into it. It was interesting to hear from Tom Grieve's perspective about the future of this club. I mean, they know what they've created.
Yeah.
They know what they've got.
Yeah.
And he's right. They're going to be in the conversation when it comes, the most important moments of most seasons moving forward.
Yeah, and it made me really happy to know that he and I can empathize. We get nervous and we want to change the channel sometime. His wife said no. I always hang with him, but sometimes I'm watching like this.
All right, so it's the moment we've been waiting for.
The rally is beginning.
The rally is going, and we're going to step out of the way and let you enjoy a little bit of this.
Welcome to the 2023 Texas Rangers World Series Championship Celebration. For all of us that are fans of Rangers baseball, our lives have not been complete. We've been waiting a long time for this. Some have been waiting for over 50 baseball seasons, waiting for the celebration of a lifetime. For me, I have been waiting 40 years to make this announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome the world champion Texas Rangers.
You are watching live coverage of the Rangers World Series parade and players holding up the coveted Commissioner's Trophy they have waited so long for.
Man, is that thing gorgeous or what? We got to lay eyes on it earlier when it drove past, just like we got to lay eyes on the Rangers manager, Bruce Bochy, and all those players who showed up for this big celebration. But you see it on TV, you see it in the picture when Joe and Teresa hoisted it and posted that on social media, but to see it drive past you at a Rangers World Series victory parade, that is sweet.
Man, that feels good. You know, actually, one of my other favorite moments from this World Series run was the moment they won the World Series and they held up that trophy. And then, Mark, they started pouring beer all over it.
You know what? I wonder, what do you do to clean that trophy? Is it Windex? Like, how do you get that thing clean? How do you get all the fingerprints off of it?
Look at those smiles, Mark. Oh, can you only imagine what it must feel like for Jordan Montgomery to just hold that and pass it off to another hero from this World Series?
Well, it's pretty special, and to see the roar, or hear the roar of the crowd as those guys lifted up and hoisted, I feel like this is one of those moments that started as soon as that final out was recorded Wednesday night in Arizona, and it continues to build to an even higher crescendo as we hear Creed ask us to take them higher.
And there he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Adolis Garcia, El Bombi, who really has been a part of the heart and soul. And
there it is. Yep, Corey Seager.
Number 5, MVP of this World Series.
Yeah, we're cycling through all the different players getting a chance to raise it above their head, and you've got the superstars, you've got the role players, but all of them have earned this. Whether they were on the roster on opening day, whether they were joining the team at the trade deadline, called up from the minors, whatever, they've all earned this moment.
And how about Chuck Morgan saying he's been waiting 40 years to make this announcement?
Well, what better voice to kick us off with this presentation than him, the voice of the Texas Rangers, a guy who has said repeatedly he's got the best job on the planet. He gets to watch all those home games and be a part of this team, and boy, he's earned it as much as anybody. We'll let you listen in.
The support that you've given this baseball team for over 50 years, y'all deserve this. A tip of the Rangers cap to all of you for being here today, and enjoy every minute of this. Today is a special day for the city of Arlington and for the great Lone Star State. And our leadoff man could not be any happier. He served his country as a United States Marine. He served the city of Arlington with a 13-year career as a police officer. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the mayor of Arlington, Texas, the Honorable Jim Ross.
Well, hello, Ranger fans.
fans, and welcome to the American Dream City, Arlington, Texas! And does anybody believe that the Rangers have made a lot of dreams come true now? I'm sorry, what? Does anybody believe that the Rangers made the dream come true? Folks, 51 years ago, the Boyd Mayor, Tom Vandergrift, traveled to Washington, D.C. and convinced the senators to move to Arlington, Texas and become the Texas Rangers. 51 years ago, the Rangers were born and they've been raised here in Arlington, Texas, and they have given and given and given wonderful memories to everybody in this community all through North Texas. But now, they have given us one very special memory, and that is the World Championship trophy right here in Arlington, Texas. And once and for all, this team proved what Arlington knows to be true, and that's we're better together. Thank y'all for being here. Rangers, thank you for making our dreams come true. God bless y'all.
Batting second today, he's a long-time Texas Rangers fan, and my guess he is the happiest Rangers fan here today. During his time as the principal owner of the Texas Rangers, the Rangers have won 4 American League West titles, 3 American League pennants, a new ballpark for the Rangers to call home, and now the first World Series championship in franchise history. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a great Texas Rangers fan, the managing general partner, majority owner of the world champion Texas Rangers, Mr. Ray Davis.
I have so many people to thank, and it's dangerous that I'm going to leave some people out. But first, I want to thank the city of Arlington for helping us build these beautiful ballparks and supporting us all these years. When we bought the team in 2010, we went to the World Series. And we went to the World Series again in 2011. I thought, well, this is easy. We're going to be back here every year. How little did I know at the time. You're going to hear a lot today about the ball club, CY, Bochy, all of our players. But I wanted to take a minute to thank our Ranger employees. Of all the long hours of work, our front office, the clubhouse, the trainers, the scouts, and again, I'm going to leave some people out, but it's a team effort, and that's what made this team successful. Thank you, CY, thank you, Bochy, thank you, players.
Ladies and gentlemen, for now and forever, when we hear the names of the players on this team, when we talk Rangers baseball with our kids and our grandkids, we will tell them about one of the greatest Rangers teams ever, the 2023 Rangers. Last fall, Chris Young had a plan to put together a championship team, and not just for a year, but a team that will be good for multiple years. He grew up here. He grew up a Rangers fan. All-state in basketball and baseball at Highland Park High School. Rangers Rookie of the Year in 2005. It's an honor to work with this guy. Please welcome the Executive Vice President and General Manager
of the world champion Texas Rangers, CY Chris Young.
Rangers fans, what a day. This is a dream come true to look out and see so many people here celebrating the team that I grew up rooting for, but more importantly, an unbelievable team of special, special people. As I think about this team, I think about all the adversity they faced this year, the ups and the downs, the hard times, the times when things felt impossible. And I hope for each of you that when you're going through hard times, that this team can inspire you to keep fighting and keep believing. Because that's what this team did, and they brought home a world championship because of it. I want to thank each and every one of these players and their families for all they've given this organization. I want to thank our coaching staff, and of course I want to thank Bruce Bochy and his family. Everyone chose us, and because of that, they brought home a championship. Thank you, guys. But fans, today is about you. You fans deserve this. You fans have waited a long time. That wait is over. Congratulations, you are champions. Before I leave this stage, I want to hear my favorite 3 words from all of you as loud as you can. I need a Let's Go Rangers chant. 1, 2, 3. Let's go Rangers!
Ladies and gentlemen, when did you first think this could be a special season? Was it a sweep of the National League champion Phillies to open the season? Was it a Jonah walk-off home run in April? Was it Nathan Eovaldi's 3-hit shutout of the Yankees in April? Was it the Adolis walk-off home run against the Twins in September? There were so many days this baseball season where all the parts of this baseball puzzle started to look like they would all fit. And then watching the guiding hand that managed this baseball team through the long road that is April to October, dealing with some injuries, some tough stretches, baseball-type things that are tough to recover from, but not the 2023 Texas Rangers. I don't get to vote, but if I did, he's my manager of the year. And if it were up to me, they should go ahead and put him in the Baseball Hall of Fame. He is something special. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to say this. Please welcome the manager of the world champion Texas Rangers, number 15, Bruce Bochy.
Thank you. Thank you. How sweet it is, huh? How sweet it is. Wow. I tell you what, it's my first year in Texas. You guys can party. I love it. Love it. I got to start with CY, though, first of all. I can't thank him enough for picking up the phone about this time last year and giving me a call. Never my wildest dream I'd think I'd be here, but here I am. With CY's leadership, his vision, his commitment to getting these world-class talented players to make this dream become a reality. So I can't thank him enough. Ray Davis, he gave us the tools to get this done. He provided everything we needed. So Ray, thank you. A real quick story about Ray. He had a vision too. and he wanted, bring winning baseball to you. But he mentioned this. He had this saying. I wanted to put something on the wall here. I need something on the wall. Well, Ray, I couldn't be happier for you. You got it. He called it a skin on the wall. So good. Thank you. And to you fans, real quick, I see why I touch on it. I'm going to add a little bit. Don't ever think you don't play a role in this. You do, trust me. These guys feed off you. We heard you in Tampa. We heard you in Baltimore. We heard you in Houston. And we could hear and feel you in Arizona. We play for you guys. You're the reason we do this. So thank you very much. Thank you. To the coaching staff, I got to talk about them a second because incredible job they did. I mean, they work so hard. I mean, they're smart, they're dedicated, and they just wanted to have these guys prepared for the moment. And I tell you, they were relentless with their work. So I want to thank all the coaching staff for the work they did. Thank you. Okay. Now, I got to turn to these band of brothers here. Last 36 hours, I've been asked, hey, does this ever get old? It doesn't get old, trust me, no. Not when you get to watch these guys with their deep determination, their resilience, and the heart that brought them together and play as one to do what they did. These guys put aside their individual action to become collective power to win a world championship here with the Texas Rangers for the first time in our franchise. So I'd like to thank them. And I tell you, years from now, I'm going to think about this moment, and I'm going to cherish the time that I had to spend with them. We talked about spring training. We're going to do something special. Well, fellas, we did something special here together. Thank you. I can't thank them enough. The last thing I went in on, my granddaughter Maddie she was on the parade. We're done with the parade. She goes, Papa, I want to do that again. I'm with her. I want to do this again. Let's go. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, for me, he would have been the starting pitcher in the All-Star game. Great job all year. First pitcher to be 5-0 in the postseason. Winning pitcher in Game 5. He's a Texan. Please welcome pitcher number 17, Nathan Eovaldi.
Check it.
Check. Yeah, we're good.
So being from Texas, does this one feel a little bit more special?
This one feels very special. Starting it from the very beginning with this group of guys that we have. I mean, this is up there, the best moments.
What was your feeling the other night when it happened? When the end of the ball game, what went through your mind?
I mean, it was a battle out there that whole game. Zach threw the ball really well, but our offense, you can't give them enough credit. Everything that they've been able to do for us all year long. Corey was able to get that knock, get it going, and Carter had the base hit. Sports was able to slam the door, get out there on the field and celebrate as fast as possible.
Nathan, all year, how about the defense you had behind you? Guys just did one hell of a job out there on defense.
Yeah, defense was unbelievable all year long. I mean, we're making plays left and right out there, making it easy to go out there and attack the hitters. And I mean, you can't say enough good things.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nathan Eovaldi, give him a hand.
Thank y'all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we need to hear from an RBI machine. He can electrify a ball game with his bat or his arm. He's an all-star, the ALCS MVP, number 53, Adolis Garcia.
Muy contento, agradecido por la oportunidad. Este equipo hizo tremendo trabajo. Nos fajamos y de verdad que para mí es un orgullo estar aquí hoy y ser parte de este equipo.
Very happy, very excited to be here, be a part of this team. They're amazing, the journey that we've been on together. It's just great to be a part of this team right here.
Y quiero darle un agradecimiento especial a ustedes que siempre nos apoyaron y creyeron en nosotros y siempre creyeron que podíamos ganar el campeonato.
And I want to give a special shout out and a big thank you to all of you, every single one of us that believed in us right here. You've all been amazing the whole year.
Adolis Garcia and the great Will Nadal. Will's a star in the MLB Network now. Hey, the Rangers played 179 games this season, and this guy played every game. Big home run on Wednesday night. He led the American League in hits and runs. All-star second baseman, Marcus Semien.
I just want to say thank you to all the fans for showing up. Continue to bring that energy. This is the standard now. Keep bringing that energy. Everybody in this room right here, everybody on this stage, we're going to keep working for you guys. So thank you, thank you.
You know, I mentioned Marcus played 179 games. Was there ever a moment that anybody said to you, hey, Marcus, what do you think about coming out of the game?
Oh, multiple times. Bochy was tired of seeing me get out. He told me, take a day or two, but I stuck with it. So here we are, world champions.
We love you, buddy. Awesome. Thank you. Marcus Semien. Ladies and gentlemen, I've watched Rangers baseball for 40 years, over 3,000 games. And I think this guy hits a baseball about as hard as anybody I've ever seen. And I'm not even sure if we need to even say his name in the state of Texas or anywhere else, because all we have to say is MVP. MVP. Two-time World Series MVP, number 5, Corey Seager.
This was truly special, we appreciate all your support, but I just got one thing to say, everybody was wondering what would happen if the Rangers didn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know.
Ladies and gentlemen, all these players on this stage have some special gifts that they have taken care of over the years. And they have all given all of us this special gift that we will remember the rest of our lives. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, let's hear it for the 2023 World Champion Texas Rangers.
Yeah, wow, how incredible was that? And I got to tell you, just from the jump, Corey Seager, so understated, such a statesman of the game, but he let that shot fire. And for those of you who don't know what he meant,
That was a mic drop.
that was an absolute mic drop. He said, they asked what would happen if the Rangers wouldn't win the World Series. I guess we'll never know. That was a direct shot at Alex Bregman of
Yes,
the Houston
it was.
Astros.
Yes, it was.
Who said that before about winning the division.
Yeah.
But I think on this day, on the heels of a World Championship, those words carried all the way right down I-45 to Houston, and we will be replaying that for a long time whenever these two teams get together.
That took some confidence for him to say it up
indeed.
there, an understated man, and the crowd went wild because everybody remembers that video of Alex Bregman. He's opening the champagne, and that's what he says. And guess what, buddy? We won.
They won. They can celebrate with the champagne now. It's all good, and it was good before when they celebrated after gaining a playoff spot.
Yeah.
For the entire backdrop of that, there was
Absolutely.
a back and forth about that, and it turned out to be very juicy.
And how about Marcus Semien? Marcus Semien basically said, we're not done yet. He said, this is now the standard, and we're going to keep working towards this again next year.
And Bruce Bochy talking about his granddaughter when the parade was over. She said, Papa, I want to do this
I love
again.
it.
And Bochy said, I'm with her. I want to do this again! Exclamation point.
And Bochy, I think that Bochy's along for the ride on this.
Yeah.
He said this never gets old.
Yes, which is fantastic.
You got it.
Exactly what Ranger fans wanted to hear.
Just so special, and to see them come out and just spend, I don't know how long it was several moments that they were just holding that. They were giving the trophy from one to the other, and they were just holding that trophy up for the crowd to see. Now they're popping champagne up there. A toast to you guys. Drink up, guys. As we said, you don't have to get ready for a game tomorrow. Now's the time to just enjoy.
Yeah, soak it up. There you go. More bubbly, celebrating a job well done. And again, kudos to the Texas Rangers. They put this thing together quite well. And listen, it didn't have to be long. It didn't have to be drawn out. But they had that mic drop moment. It was everything that these fans wanted.
And as Chuck Morgan alluded to, he said Nathan Eovaldi's a Texan. Is it a little more sweet this time to win a World Series when playing for the Texas Rangers? And he said, yeah, it is. And at the end, he said, thanks, y'all, which I love. He dropped the y'all.
Absolutely. Of course, he won one with the Boston Red Sox before, but being back in his home state to celebrate in this way and in this manner, I'm sure was sweet for him. And as I look around, Teresa, I see flags, and I see more people than I could ever imagine.
And there's that sign. There's a
Yes.
sign behind us. That's exactly what Corey Seager said. What if we didn't win the World Series? I guess we'll never know.
I guess we'll never know.
Yeah.
I guess we'll never know. And that's what I will take from this day. Corey Seager, so confident, and why not? He's only the best baseball player on the planet right about now,
I know.
and he let fly with that. Incredible stuff. Fantastic stuff. For all these fans who waited and waited, I think about the people who have been on this front row here for some 6, 7, 8 hours. They got what they wanted. They had a blast. Chris Young up there, he got the Let's Go Rangers chant going, and everyone responded, and they let him hear it. That was a cool moment. It rippled through this crowd that is thousands deep, and it just echoed, and I'm sure that those players will remember that moment as well.
Absolutely. They're popping champagne up there, and I saw some of them were trying to pour it out on the crowd because, you know, the people who are up there in the front row, that's their families. They are along for this ride the entire time, 162 games. Looks like Chuck Morgan's up at the podium again.
Coca-Cola, thank you, and a tip to the Rangers camp, to all of you for coming out to the Texas Rangers World Series Championship celebration. And again, thank you for your support of the Texas Rangers opening day in 2024. The World Champion Rangers play the Chicago Cubs right here at Globe Life Field, Thursday, March 28th. Thank you very much, and please drive home safely.
All right, there you go. The wrap up to a fantastic finale, more than half a century in the making. And man, these Rangers fans loved every minute of it.
Absolutely. He talks about opening day. Think about how special opening day is going to be when we see that World Series banner hung for the first time inside Globe Life Field.
And now the Rangers get all the things, right? They get all the things. They get the ring. There's going to be a ring ceremony celebration. There's going to be that celebration when they hang that banner. And of course, remember the Major League Baseball All-Star Game will be at Globe Life Field next year, and Bruce Bochy will be the manager of the American League. Incredible stuff.
And you know there's going to be a whole lot of Rangers on that All-Star roster.
And why not? I mean, they have set the foundation for this franchise moving forward. It couldn't be brighter. Can't be brighter than it is right now on this wonderful day when you're celebrating a championship. But, Teresa, I can't help but think that there will be days like this again to come.
I hope
Bruce
so.
Bochy wouldn't come out and say it. He got a little assist from his granddaughter. Papa, I want more. But we knew what he meant. And he knows that he has the ability to make that happen with the great roster that he has.
Absolutely. And I'm just so excited for these fans, myself being one of them. It's been a long ride. It's been a journey. This season was a journey itself. And here we are. And to see them up there excited and feeding off this crowd, I know they feel the energy. We feel it back from them. It's a day none of us will ever forget.
No, I agree. And listen, I respect the grind. I respect the way that they went about it and the way that they were able to grab this championship. I do want to hear from Marcus Took and Izzy. You guys, what did this day mean to you guys, and how'd you receive it, and what stands out to you?
Oh, man, that's a great question, Joe. So many different aspects today stood out to me, but what I think watching those speeches from the players, and especially from Chuck Morgan, what I noticed most, a little bit of a love letter to the city of Arlington. And even though these are the Texas Rangers and all of North Texas claims them, let's be honest, these are not the Fort Worth Rangers, they're not the Dallas Rangers. Arlington is the city that has called this team home for 5 decades, and time again when there have been whispers that, hey, you know what, maybe the team might move, maybe someone else might build them a stadium. It was leadership here in the city of Arlington and the voters here in the city of Arlington that made it happen so that they could stay here. So as much as this is all of North Texas's celebration today, it was nice to see the folks that call Arlington home get a little love.
That's right, and you bring up a good point. Mayor Jim Ross talking about how 51 years ago they were born in Arlington and they were raised here in Arlington, and he said together we are better, and he gave a big thank you to Rangers fans who have always supported this team. Together with the city of Arlington, they helped them build 3 stadiums. They have always supported them in all their endeavors, and the Texas Rangers continue to reciprocate year after year, and it all culminated right now in this moment, in this World Series championship moment. My favorite moment today, though, you know, Joe Trahan talked about the cool moment with the general manager, Chris Young, CY. I really like that moment, too. He got everyone saying, let's go Rangers in a chant. And he said that today is all about you. It is about Texas Rangers fans. And he said, you are the champions.
Well, they are. And I imagine maybe those champions, those fans, are like me. Maybe you circled Thursday, March 28th on your calendar, an opening day, perhaps unlike any other, when you get a chance to see the Rangers unveil that World Championship banner against the Cubs, as we heard Chuck Morgan tell the fans. I've been to a few Rangers opening days. They are all special. There's something magical about opening day of a Major League Baseball season. But I don't think any of them will top what we're going to see next year when the Rangers have their home opener.
And you know what I mean, my favorite part of today, Mark, and I told you this earlier, is just talking to the people here, talking with the fans and listening to what they all had to say about their own personal story connected to the Texas Rangers. And I loved seeing the translator. That guy has done such a good job with the Texas Rangers translating for a lot of these players. Adolis Garcia, who is from Cuba. They speak English, but they're better in Spanish. And especially in this moment, you want to speak in the language you're most comfortable speaking. And he did an incredible job translating for Adolis. Basically, El Bombi said, thank you for believing in us. You have all been amazing this year. They couldn't have done it without the fans.
I'll say this, the Rangers, the only or one of a handful of Major League Baseball teams never to claim a World Series title. Fox had a graphic the other night. You can cross the Rangers off that list now as being, a team that has won a title. A little bit of a reminder as we're here in North Texas. We love our sports. We're in the shadow of AT&T Stadium. The Mavericks have a promising season ahead of them. Always when it comes to the Stars, or maybe you're an FC Dallas fan, maybe you like the Wings, you want to see our local teams have more parades like this. I say we don't wait another decade before we do this again.
Well, not only that, but these fans, A, they know how to party, like Bruce Bochy said. B, they were well behaved at the party.
I'm proud of how the Rangers fans showed up today. From our vantage point, at least. I didn't see anything that would have had me at all concerned to have brought my family out here to have enjoyed this celebration.
And a huge shout out to the first responders who were out here today. Like you said, we haven't heard of any incidents. They kept this place safe. Arlington Police, Arlington firefighters, and Arlington Fire Department telling us, Joe and Teresa, that we had from 500,000 to 700,000 people here, more than 500,000 people to celebrate your Texas Rangers, Teresa.
Hey, that shows that we should have a FIFA World Cup final here, I think.
Hey, let's do it in 2026, shall we?
I like the way you're thinking.
We can handle a crowd, clearly. And the mayor of Arlington is here with us now. Mayor, what a day in your city. How do you feel?
Oh my goodness. I have never seen anything like this in my 63 years of life. What an incredible experience, seeing all these hundreds of thousands of people come together and be so happy. It's just amazing.
Mr. Mayor, I have to ask you, in terms of moments, when you watch this postseason, what was your favorite moment?
My favorite moment, I guess, was the very last out of the last game. I had chosen not to go to Phoenix. I stayed here at Texas Live in the middle of the arena and watched that game and feeling the energy of the fans here in Arlington. There was nothing compared to it. Unbelievable.
So I've got to admit, I was worried when WFAA, we had to start talking about planning moments. We had to start talking about planning. What happens if they win? What happens about this? I was worried because I was worried we were going to jinx this. Were you worried planning a parade in case, are we going to jinx this?
You know, I wasn't worried. I was a little bit anxious because there's a lot going on in a short period of time. But this is what we were born to do. This is why we have all these stadiums here. This is what we do. And the Rangers and our city worked wonderful together. And our neighbors. We had a lot of help from our neighbors around here with Fort Worth and Grand Prairie, everybody else. So we're very blessed.
You make a good point about this is what you do, but I'm curious, what do you think this means moving forward for the city of Arlington?
Well, think about what we have coming up here. Next year we have the All-Star Game. We got a Cowboy team that's playing really well right now. And we have the World Cup coming here. I hope this sends a message to everybody out there that we're capable. We do it right, we do it safely, and we have fun at the same time.
I also see that you're wearing number 21. Here, turn around real quick. We'll show so the mayor wears 21. I gotta ask, I'm a numbers guy. Why 21, Mr. Mayor?
That was the year I was first elected in Arlington. So I was re-elected earlier this year. I'm on my second term now. So.
I love it.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations on pulling off a very special day.
Thank you so much. Let's go Rangers.
Absolutely.
You did a great job. Thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor. Take care. Thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Wow, there you go. There you go. I mean, fantastic.
Absolutely.
It's a red letter day for him as well. You know, being able to watch it, they pulled it off well.
Yeah.
You know, you can kind of tell already these people had a great time. They're still all congregated here partying as the music is blasting.
Yeah.
But we do want you to hear from Rangers manager Bruce Bochy just moments ago at the rally.
My granddaughter Maddie she's on the parade. We're done with the parade. She goes, Papa, I'm going to do that again. I'm with her. I want to do this again. Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah, young Maddie is a very smart young woman. Do it again and again as many times as you can. And listen, they need to grab it and capitalize it now because they've got a great roster in place. They've got all the things you need to make it happen again. And I'd love to do this again. How much fun is this?
Bruce Bochy called this team a band of brothers.
Yes.
And that's what it really feels like. It feels like they've got heart. It feels like they've got chemistry. It feels like a family and that they like each other, love each other, and play well together. So let's do it again.
Great coaches will say this, and they say it often. When you can sublimate yourself to the team, instead of worrying about your personal accolades, when you can really think about the team first, it's amazing what can happen. It doesn't always happen that way. It doesn't always happen the way it happened for the Texas Rangers. But we saw an ideal embodiment of that thought process, and I love it because it's in my DNA.
Absolutely. And I think we've said multiple times, this team believed in itself, but there were times throughout the season when fans maybe said, I don't think we can, this isn't going to happen for us. And we also know that the national media certainly never bought into the Texas Rangers until all of a sudden in the postseason we start going on this incredible run on the road. And then that's when people started believing. Fans believed during the season off and on, but that team in the clubhouse, they never stopped believing in themselves.
They were incredible road warriors, but boy, did they ever have fun at home today. Let's throw it back to Mark and Izzy.
Well, you know, Joe and Teresa, before we wrap up, I want to give the two of you a shout out. You have made WFAA look so much smarter throughout this entire postseason. Y'all have done a tremendous job, both at home, and you were road warriors yourselves. Y'all did a great job. And to all of the fans, I just want to thank y'all for the love that you've poured into your Texas Rangers, and really for the love that you've poured into us while we've been here at the parade.
Well, and I'll just use this opportunity to share some final thoughts and just say thank you to the Rangers. Thank you on behalf of 10-year-old me. Aww. Thank you on behalf of my 10-year-old son, on behalf of my dad, all the other folks who have been fans of this team over the years. And baseball's different. A baseball championship is different than an NBA title, a Super Bowl title, whatever. There's something about this game where it's part of the fabric of your life, and there are a lot of folks who have never stepped foot inside that stadium who wouldn't even call themselves fans who have been affected by this win. Thank you on behalf of those fans as well. Let's go do it again next year, shall we?
That would be great if we do it again next year. Are they on us? All right, great. Thanks, you guys. Great final thoughts there. And I think you hit on a lot of topics because you don't know when it's going to come around this way again. Hold on, sir. Sorry, we're on live TV. Yep, that's how that works. See, it's a camera. You walk in front of it. Sorry.
Oopsie.
Oops. Yeah, so it's amazing what they have done, you know, with what they could make happen. And I got to go back to Ray Davis.
I know.
I do.
Thank you,
And
Ray.
listen, a lot of times I'm not going to say anti-owner, but I side with players and coaches a lot more because I deal with them a lot more. He opened up the pocketbook, and we saw it all come to fruition. Good on him.
Yeah.
Good on him because he didn't have to. He could have just stayed relevant and made money, right? But he wanted more, and boy, did he ever get it. He said he wanted something to put on the wall. They'll be putting up that championship banner next year.
And we can't wait to see it. It's the end of March next year. Circle it on your calendar. Start buying those tickets as soon as they go on sale because it's going to be incredibly energetic inside Globe Life on opening day. You know, again, decades of following this team, decades of wondering if it would ever happen, decades of doubting, decades of cheering, and we made it, Joe. We made it to the top of the mountain. And I just got a little taste of what a World Series victory parade is, a victory parade. And I want to do it all over again. This was incredible. And I know that every fan out there who has ridden that roller coaster since 1972 or since the mid-'80s or the mid-'90s, or even if you're 7, 8 years old out there and this is your first time, it isn't always easy. There's moments in the season when you start to think, why am I cheering for this? Why am I investing so much time and they're letting me down? But they don't always let you down. Sometimes they take you to the peak of the mountain, the summit. We're up there. We're at the highest point. We asked them to take us higher. They took us as high as possible.
Yeah, it's the summit. It's the peak. It's the peak of fandom. It's as good as it gets. And I will retrace a theme that I've talked about a lot for those who follow us on WFAA. And it's the fact that it doesn't get any better than this for a fan base because of the way this whole thing unfolded, because it was so improbable and absolutely unpredictable. These fans got the thrill ride that they could never have imagined. No matter how ardently you support this team, you could not have thought this was the end of this season. There's no way you thought this could be reality. But again, I go back to the fact, and I say this a lot, sports is the best reality TV there is, right? Because if I would hand the script of the 2023 Rangers to any mogul in Hollywood, they'd laugh at me and throw it right back. Get out of here. We don't make that. That'll never happen. Well, not only will it happen, it just happened. They went there and took it. They did.
It's real and it's fantastic.
Absolutely. It is. And And now this team has set their own standard. And it was interesting. Marcus Simeon, when he was on the podium, he talked about the standard that the fans have set and the fact that they were loud and proud and they got them energized and they fed off of it. That standard has been set now, but the standard for that team has been set as well. The locker room, the clubhouse culture that they've created will take them forward. It will allow them to be relevant, as Tom Grieve told us earlier. They will be in the conversation when the time comes to contend. They will absolutely be a part of that conversation. And I also think that there's no reason to think they can't do it again. That's the thing I'm left with. When all is said and done about the 2023 Rangers,
the pieces are there.
No reason. There's no reason they can't bring it back.
All right, well, this has been an incredible ride, Joe. We were there opening day. We were there throughout the ALCS. We were in Phoenix, and here we are today in Arlington, Texas, celebrating our world champion Texas Rangers. Thanks for doing it beside me.
Congrats to you as a fan, and we appreciate everyone.
Absolutely. To the fans, we did it, baby. World Series champions. Thank you so much for watching our coverage, everybody. Let's do it again in 2024. Have a